The stars shine so bright, but they're fading at the dawn. There is magic in Kingston town. Oh, Kingston town, the place I long to be. If I had the whole world, I would give it away just to see the girls that play.
This one from Lord Creator, Kingston Town. As I said, that this one was also sung by, played and sung by the UB40, but actually Lord Creator is the composer, writer of this one. And when UB40 played this one, it made, a mincemeat, and it got Lord Creator so upset that he left Jamaica and went back to Trinidad. But later on he went back to Jamaica, where he died a few days ago, Lord Creator. And as I said, tonight we will be having with us Bob D. And with Bob D, we're going to really have a real good time tonight. I hope, I really truly hope that we are going to have such a good time that many people tomorrow, when they meet Bob D, they can tell him and they can evaluate his program tonight on DBS Radio. So just stay tuned while we bring you across to Bob D in a while. That's our theme song.
Chalet, mi soleil qu'a levé, tant de mélodies, musique qui a chanté, senti un petit vent douce, lever ma chaîne y pied, senti liberté ni commencement la journée. Et voyons un petit café, sorti un petit kaila, paraît pour commencer, faire un petit sourire pour commencement la journée. Commencement la journée. Chaque glow pour tes bras si d'eau, c'est les jardins à pallier la cour. Pour ce petit point, pas de travail pour rien, non. Boy, la vie pour laver, roulez au assis, wash la, et après laisser, ouvert au assis, caïa, quitte yo chercher, fallait piler sorte là, pendant la journée. Qu'est-ce qui a changé? J'allais de l'eau, quand t'es bois, assis d'eau, c'est que les jardins. La cour, c'était moi pas travail pour rien. Tu y coco,
Just want to say good evening to all the folks that are tuned to the nation station DBS Radio at this time, and we are live in the studios of DBS Radio in the Ted Daily studio. As Ted would have said, the red velvet chair, but tonight I'm sitting on that black velvet chair, and just want to know and make you know that we are live, so you just better stay tuned.
Sorti anti-chalet, mi soleil qu'a levé. Tant di mélodie, musique qui a chanté. Sorti anti-vent douce, lever ma chaîne ni pied. Sorti liberté ni commencement la journée. Et voyons petit café, sorti un petit kaila, paraît pour commencer, fais un petit sourire pour commencement la journée. Commencement la journée.
Just want to say good evening to all the folks of the nation station, DBS Radio. Tonight we will be speaking, as I said, I've been saying that all night since I came in. We'll be speaking to Dave Winston, and he is, and his stage name I should say is Bob D. He will tell us why Bob D, and he is a pan instructor, also a pan builder and a pan tuner. And those of you all who would like to see Dave Winston or Bob D, you can go onto our Facebook or you can go onto our website, and you can actually see this live. So just want to say, just say good evening to you, Bob D. Good evening.
Joseph?
Go again. I'm not hearing you.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. All right.
All right.
Good evening, Cecil Joseph. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine.
All
Can you
right.
imagine, Bob? You call me Cecil Joseph, you know. Good evening, Cecil Joseph. That's not like us, you know, Bob D. You know.
All right. Good evening, Cecil. You're on the media, you know, so I.
Yes, I know. You know, but we're just having a chat.
Yeah,
so
man,
I just
yeah,
want us to
man,
first
yeah,
remember
man.
that we're just having a chat, and through that chat, people will get to know a little bit more about you.
Yeah.
You
Yes,
get closer to the mic now, because
Yeah, I'm happy for that. I'm happy for that opportunity. You
and I
know?
want you to speak loudly, because
Yeah,
I want
I'm
everybody
happy for that opportunity. You hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
You sure?
Yeah, very
Loud
much
and clear?
aware of that. Yes.
All right.
No, Bob D. First of all, thank you for coming.
Yeah.
Thank you for accepting my invitation very early.
Appreciate that very much.
Yes. Some people may not know of you. They may just be seeing you, the cool and deadly cat, but they not know much about you. So I want to find out, Bob D, a little bit more of you, who you are, and so on. So first, tell us about you.
Well, as you mentioned, my name is David Winston. My stage name is Bob D. You know, due to the musical journey that I on, you know, the Bob came in as when you're the figurehead, you know, of something. It's like, oh, you have Bob in Jamaica, you know, leading something. So that's how the Bob come. And D stands for David, you know.
So I thought it was because you're Rastafari, you have your lock, so you just wanted to pattern yourself on Bob Marley.
No. It's just the figurehead because I had reggae bands as well. I had reggae bands as well, you know. So that's how it really come out. Not from Steel Pan, but from the reggae bands.
Okay. Also, you were before in the reggae band.
Yeah. Well, after I left Steel Pan, I moved into reggae music, you know. I had two reggae bands. That's where I get the name Bob, you know.
Okay. No, Bob. Bob D. I have to say the whole thing. Bob D.
Yeah, excuse. Thank you.
No, Bob D. Let's take us through the journey of who Bob D is from. If you remember, your primary school that you went to, if you would have remembered the friends that you met while you were at primary school. But even before that, tell us the name of your parents, your and your siblings, your brothers and sisters.
Yeah, well, first to begin, my mother name is Isa Lynch, you know. She lives at Kings Hill. Big up to your mom. Yeah, man.
Well, why you too like to speak so softly there? I mean,
no.
The world is hearing you, Bob.
Yeah.
Speak, man.
Yeah, man.
Go ahead.
I don't like to stick my mouth on the mic, that's why,
All right.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
So you have to mix the mic down, tune it properly, that's what.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, well, my mom name is Isa Lynch, you know. She live up at Kings Hill, you know. Bless up to your mom. And my father, Julian Winston, better known as Squarehead.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Squarehead?
Yeah.
I've never heard of that name before.
You must have heard that name.
Squarehead. What was he doing?
He was a tailor, he was a pan player.
Yes.
He, Pancho, and all of them played pan together, Alan John Baptiste.
So you mean all
Peter.
that time I know you, I didn't link you with Squarehead at all?
Yeah, man, that's in my blood, you know. Still in my blood, you know.
Squarehead used to play, I think, sometimes guitar. He used to play bass, I think.
Yeah, he used to play cello too.
He used to play cello.
Yeah.
You had to get a Pancho and
Alan,
be special.
Yeah, well, no, they had a first band called Olok. I maybe I didn't born yet, but I saw the photos.
Yes, yeah. But
I
that is many. Oh, I never realized.
Peter Snangwal was with them too, as well.
Uh-huh.
The taxi driver from Newton.
Yeah, I know Peterson. Everybody know Peterson after all. Man.
Yeah, he used
white
to
beard,
come home.
Oh, he has his white beard.
Yeah.
Yes. The father of Eddie Angol.
Very good.
Yes, he has a daughter that was working at Flu once upon a time.
Well, I know Eddie, but I don't know the rest. You know?
He has a daughter that is to work at Flu. I'm trying to remember her name now. Anyway. So yes. So your mother is
Isa Lynch.
Isa Lynn?
Isa Lynch. Isa is a name. Lynch is a surname. She's a Lynch.
Isa Lynch.
Not Isa Lynch.
Isa Lynch. Okay, and she's not from River Street.
No.
She's from Kings Hill.
Yeah, well, the roots come from Wesley side, you know.
Oh, the roots is from Wesley.
Yeah.
All right. And Squarehead is a Roso man to the roots.
To the bone.
Boy, that man is a trouble man, you know.
When come for carnival, that man was a tailor making all carnival outfit and steel pan. Carnival was their thing. Followed by his younger brother, Errol Emmanuel. Carnival was just their thing, so I couldn't escape that.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah.
Growing up as a youth.
No. So you have brothers and sisters?
Yeah, brothers.
Tell us about them.
Well, I have 4 brothers. Well, 3 of us. 3 brothers, yeah, by mother.
Okay.
And then I have 1 sister by father.
You have 1
sister? And I have 1 sister by mother. So I have 2 sisters, but one half, one half.
Okay, all right. And you can tell us their names, it's not a problem.
Yeah, Michael Paul is second. You have Albert Joseph.
Hold on. Michael Paul, like who? Michael Paul.
Mrs. from Newton area, and then you have Albert Joseph Roso. Yeah, and you have Manu Abraham. He's with my mom Kings Hill, and you have my little sister Mary Philip. You know, that's by my mother's side, and you have Andrew Winston. That's on my father's side. That's about it.
Okay, all right, and you would have grown up in River Street, Riverbank.
River Street, Riverbank, exactly. Exactly.
River Street, Riverbank. But you'd have to tell us what preschool that you went to, if you remembered.
Well, the government preschool, I was up by the church up that side there.
Which church? There's so many churches.
By the Catholic church up.
Newton?
No, man, Newton.
That's what I'm trying to find out. You see Catholic church. You're talking about the
Rosa Cathedral there.
You're talking about
by St. George, by the back of St. George.
The green and khaki school?
Boy, we had a different uniform before.
So you're talking about social center?
Exactly.
Social center. All right, that's where you went. Most Rosa boys went to Rosa Center, to that school. Now, from there, what school did you go to? What primary school?
We moved to the one at the stadium there, I was Rosa Girls School, then he moved to Rosa Boys School.
So you didn't go to Rosa Mixed Infant School then at no time?
No.
So
No.
from
Preschool to Rosa Girls School.
From
That's
preschool to Rosa Girls School.
by the stadium, by
yes, that's
Windsor
Rosa
Park
Girls
there.
School. Yes,
And then moved to,
Rosa Boys School.
yep.
But Bob, you skip ABC classes, man. So which I trying to understand that.
Yeah, I didn't go for all of that. No, just free schools I went to.
I'm trying to understand that, Bob D. Most guys that you speak to in Rosa will tell you that they would have gone to a a preschool, then Rosa Mixed Infant School. You have to pass through that door of Miss Christian.
They skipped me and straight
and
up.
then you have to go to Rosa Girls School,
They skipped me
and
to
then
that.
Rosa Boys School. But you did not even go to the.
No, they just skipped me.
But I want someone to call me tonight and tell me why that happened, or how that happened.
I don't know.
You never
I don't know.
dare to ask that question.
Not really.
Okay.
Yeah.
No. Tell me a little bit about you going to Rosa Girls School. There must be something that you remember in Rosa Girls School.
Yeah, man. Noreen Joseph was my teacher.
Well, Noreen Joseph taught me in ABC class
She
in
taught-
Rosa Mixed Infant School.
Well, she was my teacher in Rosa Girls School.
So which means you started in standard 2 then?
Free.
You started. Hold on.
No, I going to from preschool. I went to.
Hold on.
I went to Rosa Girls School
something is
too.
fascinating there. I want someone to help us because I cannot understand that yet.
Philip Scotland was one of my classmates as well. Frank Elizabeth Mister was an English boy. He was in my class as well too. Yeah, Ronald Remy, them fellas there too.
But I am trying to understand that you live
Preschool and go straight
preschool
to standard 2
and you
in
went
Rosa
straight
Girls
to standard 2
in Rosa Girls School.
in Rosa Girls School.
Then
And
standard
you had
3.
Noreen Joseph started you in standard 2 in Rosa Girls School.
No, I met her in standard 3.
You met Noreen in standard 3.
Mm-hmm.
You went to standard 3.
Yeah.
So in standard, who taught you in standard 2?
I couldn't exactly remember the teacher name.
Miss
as well.
Elwin, Miss Tavernier.
I could remember, but I could remember Noreen Joseph for well because
So that means you were in free C then?
B.
Free B.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because Rennie was our sports teacher. He used to come and collect us in the mornings, certain days in the week.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we do our sports, football and stuff.
Uh-huh. So you so while in Rosa Girls School, you would have met up with some partners that you're still partners with.
Man.
You name one,
Yeah.
Philip Scotland.
Yeah, man. Joel Shillingford, Mr. Any States now. That couple of them.
Mm-hmm.
His brother Eddie too was in our class too. Eddie Scotland. Mm-hmm.
Eddie Scotland.
His Philip brother.
Hold on, Eddie was the bigger one.
Yes, slightly
So,
bigger, but is his learning ability, you know, he's not that age, you know, he's not age.
Hold on. Because at one time, I know that I was in same class with Eddie Scotland.
Yeah, he was
The bigger brother.
Yeah.
Right. I know.
But he was in a separate class from us, you know, he was not our classmate.
Oh, okay.
You know, he was not our classmate.
that I'm saying.
No, but he was in the same school with us.
Yeah, he went to
In a
girls'
high-
school.
Yeah, in a higher class.
Right. That I'm saying to us, I know that Eddie was in the same class with me from standard 2 going
Because if anything would happen to Philip, he would be the backup brother, you know. So you have to know, you know, little when you fighting, so you have to know who are brothers.
up. And mark you, Philip wasn't a strong fella. It was Eddie that was a bad boy.
You have to know the backbone.
Yes. So as a boy growing up, you know, ladies with or women with boys had to ensure that the boys go to the same school. So for instance, in my case, myself, my brother Reginald Mann, David and Derek, at one time, and then they went to the Adventist school.
That was my classmates
but-
in boys' school at one time.
Right, so but they went to the same process.
Yeah.
So if a fight happened, we know the bigger brother or bigger brothers.
Yeah, so you have to look out when you swing and dig out.
When you swing,
You swing and you dig out.
you have to swing and dig out.
Dig out.
Yeah, I remembered having a fight in Rosa Boys School with Marshall Coffey, and Marshall didn't realize that I had plenty other brothers, so Marshall and myself were fighting, and here comes my siblings, And my brother, what Marshall gets, what he forgot. And that was funny, in those days. And so you found yourself in standard 2, then standard 3, and then Rosa Boys School.
Yeah.
Now, Noreen taught you in standard 3 in Rosa Girls School. Tell me what you remembered of Noreen Joseph.
A beating she gave me. 2 partners was fighting, So I take out my shoe and I give one to knock out one. And she beat me for that. She said that. I help this. It's my shoe that knock him out, like I shouldn't do that, They call it aiding and abetting. I will never forget that. So I always remember that. So whenever I doing things, I have to be careful how I pass in a weapon or how I insist. You check it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So were you in same class with Deleuze John Baptist, Michael John Baptist, the brother of Mervyn John Baptist? No. All right, you wouldn't have been in the same class with him. But I realized that in your period you had some bad boys in class with you in standard 3.
Crucial fella. It was terrible, man.
Who are some of the names you remember?
It have one Mr. living in Gotha there. What is his name now? Elvis. All them man there was classmates.
Elvis was a bad boy. I was in higher class than Elvis, but you used to hear about Elvis. And it looks like as if, even when Elvis was growing up, I mean, he was from Cock Street, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, exactly. Original
Cock Street man. And Elvis had a cowboy leg and some big gun. This for a young boy. At the age of 10, 11, Elvis was already a gusto. And when Elvis speaks, no one backs.
Yeah, well, I had sizes so I could banter with him,
So you banter Elvis?
Yeah, we don't fight, but we got it to each other,
Mm-hmm.
At them time, I eating good, sleeping good, I have enough size, young man,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, you left.
My family is a big bone family, so.
Yeah. So you left Rosa Girls School and you went to Rosa Boys School. Closer home now. Closer home.
2 steps.
Just 2 steps. So you were on Upper Lane and River Street. Tell us a little bit about you and Froggy.
The headmaster of Rosa Boys School.
Headmaster of Rosa Boys School.
When you hear boys, there's no.
You remember that too?
But you must dig out.
So when Frog would have said, boys there, boys.
Pull his belt.
What he had in his hand?
His belt, man. Pull that out. You have to dig out it.
So you had to be a Rosa Boys School man to know that. So when you went to Rosa Boys School, who taught you in Rosa Boys School? Standard 4. I can make a guess.
Laura.
I was about to ask if it's Macaulay Laura.
Laura.
How used to call him?
No, just David.
No. How we used to call him?
How we used to call it? Well, it's Marco Laura.
Marco Laura. I do talk about Laura. If you say Laura, many people may not know what you're talking about.
Oh, yeah, you have to describe him properly.
You have to describe him properly.
Yeah, Marco Laura.
And that name stayed with him until, we left school, and even when we met him on the road, we were not saying sir,
Yeah.
I used to call him Marco Laura.
Yeah.
And he had no offense for that,
Yeah.
No, Marco Laura himself was a bad teacher. So that means you were in 4C.
4E.
4C.
4C, yeah.
You were in 4C. Because Miss Darampo taught me in 4B.
Yeah.
So he was behind Miss Darampo. So that means you would have been in 4C, in the entrance of the downstairs.
Under from free, yeah.
Under from free.
Yeah.
Right, that's where your class was.
Yeah.
I remember that like yesterday.
Yeah.
And my 4B would have been just one class in the corridor.
And when I reached there, I meet man like Egbert William, Chuchi, Roy Mason, to a youth man from Goodwill side, Wilfred Ofa, all them man there, I meet them fellas,
Uh-huh. So in that time when you were at the Rosa Boys School, we have not gone to your yard yet, but we're talking about the school aspect of it. At that time, there was he would have been a little bit higher class than you, but you would have felt the power of Newton, with boys leaving Rosa Boys School and having to go to the Heights, go into Zion. Were you part and parcel of those
Boys.
boys.
Yeah, man, I meet John Crow, all them man, they're from Newtown. A lot of Newtown man, Barrett, Emmanuel, all them fellas, their man Reed, all that. Levy, Mr. Gone in the States long. Guess, all them fellas, that was my classmate self, you know.
So
Pocosi had one of his brothers too. I even forget his man name. But he foreign now. The man was in my class too as well.
right. No, the power of Pocosi didn't allow you to go to the Zions to some of the guys that you just made mention of.
No, because we had a breakdown. You had man like Conga, Screwbolt, and them fellas around the area when they were recruiting man, you know. The message was widely spread. You know, Screwbolt went up, but Conga and them fellas they go.
Well, people may not know who's Conga.
Conga
Conga actually was living with his father, Mr. Bodes, Julian Bodes.
No, the man was
He was living in Margaret
at
with his mother at the time.
Yeah, the back of the city.
So you're still living on Kings Lane.
Yeah,
So he wasn't living in River Street.
No.
All right. So you're living on Kings Lane. So Conga and Gwes.
Them fellas, they listen information for them to come join them in the bush and thing, you know. Some man go, Conga do go, but Screwball go. Yeah, they kill him in the bush. He had got a shot in his balls area because they brought down the photo for us to see, you know, as a coyote, you know. So then, and they explained to us the dangers of it, you know. So it didn't occur to me to really venture in that department, you know.
And it is strange, you know, those of us who, well, the reason why I never go to the bush, my mother and my adopted father, Philip Mann, they were tyrants. So yes, a lot of us were very much convinced that we should go to the bush. But if I made that mistake, my mother would mash me up.
Exactly.
So there's no way I could go.
Same as me.
You know, so a lot of guys, and people may not know that, but a lot of guys, while we were going to the Rosa Boys School, in that period of 76, 77, a lot of guys have been recruited to go to the Zions. Right now, I live in one of the Zions, which is Bobois. Bobois was one of the areas that the guys used to be actually going. So you were one of them that decided that you were not going.
And I was too small to like too young, you know, to take that.
So you were between the ages of 10 and 11.
Yeah, I couldn't take that.
Yeah.
I just had, you know.
But some partners live at that age, you know. Some partners live at 11. You know?
Yeah, because there was more out than me. Their body had more seaway than mine. So they could take it. You know.
So in that period, while you were going to Rosa Boys School, who would you remember? You just made mention of one that would have left you and go to the bush and did not make it back.
The guys that was with me, they went to the bush, but not too deep into that, you know, so that they could come back. You know, they didn't take it to the extreme.
Yes,
like the rest of the guys, you know. Yeah, they go around, but time a day, 2 days, you know, 3 days they're looking to fly back home, you know. So
I remember me of Joe Tex. Joe Tex went to the bush, my brother, and Joe Tex said, when I'm hungry, he's taking him in Maho. He had to run back home. And I remember when Joe Tex came back home, my brother, Daddy looking for Joe Tex up and down, and we are hearing that Joe Tex is part of the bush gang. So when he came home with little locks, and Philip Man that not playing give Joe Tex that Saturday afternoon a kind of volley. People like myself and Roop Top Reginald, David and Derek were too small to think of that. Could not think of going to the bush because the kind of volley Philip Man gave Joe Tex, it was an unbearable volley.
And the word would spread, you know.
My brother, it would spread.
So you know that you won that too for yourself.
Not that one, my brother. Joe Tex got that volley in front of all of us. So it was an example. It was an example to the rest of the brothers that if you make a mistake and go in that bush, you will someday get hungry and want to come back home. So we went to that thing about the popular talk was no iron. We're walking on the street. We have to put bush grass skirt. What was the rest again, David? You remember?
Well, when they walk in, they don't want to touch the concrete. It's dirt they have to touch, you know. So they would take some long jumps, you know, because the sidewalk hasn't got much concrete. Like no, it's dirt. So
and you said that, David, there, and let us look at how Roseau is now. Let us look at how Roseau is now. To walk from Roseau Boys School at those days to go to Newtown. All right, the sidewalk, you could actually walk on the sidewalk because the sidewalk really didn't have any real concrete, no much asphalt. You had some stones and so on. So fellas used to try to get out the stones.
So but the dreads, the Rasta man and them now, when they come down, they are touching the stone. It's the dirt they want to touch.
They want to touch, yeah.
Yeah, so they leap towards the dirt area, the dirt salon.
So when you leave Roseau Boys School and you go to Zion and you stay there for too long, you have to find yourself. You know, and you know, one of the things also too that would cause us, maybe fellas like yourself and myself, not to go in the Zion, was we had this situation with the dreads fighting and killing people, and the different forces were there then, and the police, they were always together, and they would go into Zion and look for those guys.
Yeah, so the picture of it wasn't that convincing, you know. It was kind of scary, you know.
Yes.
Yeah,
but then in Roseau Boys School yard, you would have done a number of things. Tell us some of the things that you would have done.
Well, arts, you know, and craft. We saw that we had a certain day for that. You know, a certain morning we'd go. You know, every class would go down. We had an arts class. You know.
So the Peace Corps, Mr. Philip would have been one of the guys. The white tall guy
I could not remember his name.
Philip. I remember his name, Mr. Philip. Together with Mr. John. Remember Mr. John? You see where that glass is?
No.
No. Mr. John. Renick John's father. I forget John's name now. But anyway, there was a short man, Mr. John, doing woodwork in those days. And you had the white man teaching us macrame. And what is his name?
Associate John, man. He was doing woodwork.
Just doing woodwork?
Yeah, he's short man. He's from Portersville.
Yes, he's from Portersville.
Right.
Yes, and he has a son now living in Antigua who's a lawyer.
Yes.
Oh, what? I never.
Jose John.
Oh, his name is Jose John.
That's right. He started teaching at the Chateau, and then he moved on to become an education officer for arts and crafts. So I know him because he was my teacher in Standard 4. So he would teach woodwork, and he did all the little carvings with wood, you know, and students would go and sell them in the market.
Well. I never knew his name, but his first name. I knew him as Mr. John. And so David, Mr. John taught you woodwork?
I was more into the clay pots. Clay pot.
I too.
Yeah, I wasn't more into woodwork.
I was more into the clay pots.
Yeah, I wasn't
more into the clay pots. And the clay pot was the clay pot area was the last school. Sorry, the last space. How would I say? By the tamarind tree. By the big tamarind tree. Remember that tamarind tree?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Right.
That was Froggy office right around.
Right by Froggy office. Yeah. So Froggy office, then Mr. Philip space. It was a big space, you know.
Yeah, but my time in Standard 4, I was more into music. Because Laura had a musical background as well too.
Yes.
Teach us to sing and you know him already in shallow. Oh my God.
My God. And he used to have a flute.
Yes.
So Laura come.
Do you know how we called him?
We call him already.
You call him Marco Laura? He taught with me at the Goodwill School.
Where is he now?
I think he's somewhere in the States.
But I want someone to tell me where Marco Laura is. I never called him, not me alone. But I don't think anybody called him Mr. Laura. As a matter of fact, he was the one who taught us. I'll tell you. He was the one who taught us. Someone's trying to call me. I hope it's the person going to help us in understanding something. Good evening.
What's up?
Hello, you're live on the radio. If you're not calling me about our program tonight, I'm sorry, I can't take your call.
Okay, welcome.
Well, that person called for the person's going to tell me where Marco Laura is. So yes, David.
Yeah,
so Marco Laura was a fellow who was he was a CUM. He was a member of this Christian Union Mission Church. All right, he was from Pishley, if memory serves me right. and he used to have a tight pants, bell bottoms. You remember those bell bottoms, David?
My father was a tailor.
and then, you know, Makolora used to teach us a lot of singing.
A lot of singing, man.
Bass, soprano, you know,
Yeah.
alto. And when you see he put you to stand and he say, I want the choir. I need a
know.
choir.
When he want you to send your voice up, you have to stand in position when he want you to send you and say you have to breathe properly and boy, you know you have his shallow already. Oh my God.
My God.
Yeah.
And Macu, boys used to just like to be around the guy.
Yeah, we see he wasn't disrespectful. I never know he disrespect nobody in our class. You know, with his ways, you know.
I don't know if he had any ways.
Yeah, but
I don't know if he had any ways. I just know that he was
looking
feminine.
Yeah, that's
but we cannot say that.
Yeah, we can't come to that conclusion.
Can't come to that conclusion.
No, man.
You know.
Yeah.
Because people like Afuli in Rosa Boys School and Kalai. You know, remember Kalai?
Yeah.
Kalai.
Desmond
Kalai. You know, used to be a teacher in that period. Desmond Kalai, Mr. Elwin. Is that his name? Elwin from Colio?
Mm-hmm.
Liquent. Mr. Liquent, Mr. Lufer, Mr. Kalai. Kentish was in third. Kentish taught in third form. Lufer in first form. Kentish in first form. Not Kentish, sorry. Kalai in first form. This guy from River Street was, I just called his name, Richards, Atherley Richard in first form. And Liquent in fifth form. In standard 5, you had Miss Hamlet.
You had that partner from Pottersville, you know, Macoline, what's his name?
Macoline was in standard 2.
Macnolan Pinard.
Macnolan Pinard was in standard 2. That's what I was trying to remember. Macnolan Pinard was in from 2. From 2, and Kalai and this guy in from 3. Kentish, David Kentish, the brother of Thomas Kentish. Right.
You forgot her name.
Darampo, Miss Darampo?
No.
A male or female?
Male.
What about Mr. Demoulin?
Demoulin. Yes, Mr. Demoulin from Massac
Maho area. Demoulin.
Mr. Demoulin. Boy, Mr. Demoulin was
Redskin fella. Tough.
Not really tough, you know, to say tough.
Yeah, but the physically
structure, he was tough, yes.
We had another teacher again in boys' school that we don't mention his name yet. I tried to mention he had married to Tufi.
Girl? You talking about girl?
No, he had married to Tufi daughter. He's a dark skinned fella, man. He married to Tufi and the little Kamama Tufi daughter. He married to that.
Where he lived?
I don't know where they build the house now. He has a jeep. Not too long I spoke to him. How did name not come in now?
I remember girl. I remembered girl. So there was 4, there was 5. So the standard 4s were to the northern side, and the standard 2, not standard 2, sorry, there's no standard 2. From 2 and from 3 was also on the northern side. Up was 2 and 3.
Lennox Linton ever taught during that period?
Lennox Linton taught at the Rosa Girls School in standard 3C.
Okay.
Standard 3C when I was going to Rosa Girls School. His mother was the then principal at the time. You had David.
Arthur Smith, man. That's why I said you didn't marry to daughter. Yeah, man. You couldn't come with no naughty boys behind your head, there, man. That man was strict.
Arthur Smith.
So you had Arthur Smith was close to the toilet. Arthur Smith was close to the toilet.
What about
then you had Liquent.
What about the women? You're not mentioning any women.
Well, we had Miss Darampo. We had Miss Hamlet. Boy, that teach female.
What about Miss Murphy?
No, Miss Murphy didn't teach me. Tavernier, I think Miss Tavernier taught us.
Miss Tavernier, yes.
Yeah, Miss Tavernier. But Rosa was not too many ladies. Boys.
No,
and you had to have boys because we were not easy, man.
Yeah, to control that.
And in that huge yard, at recess time, that was trouble. You were calling for trouble. We always had a fight.
You had PJ from Newton at one time too, you know.
Patrick Jeffers,
yes. Jeffers. Jeffers.
I know the guys, you know. PJ, man.
Yeah. Jeffers. Someone wants to speak to us.
You better come good, you know. I know.
I want to hear what that person has to say to us. Good evening to you, caller.
We mentioned Lufer.
I said Lufer.
Yeah, together.
Lufer taught us in 1A. Thank you. Yeah. I Lufer taught me in 1A for sure. Standard from 1A. And then you had Kalai. In Form 1B, you had Liquent in Form 1C, and you had this guy Liquent in Form 1D.
She married to a Centilla guy there. What's her name now? She used to teach at convent there. I remember at boys' school, you know.
You serious there? Yeah.
What's her name now?
I'm trying to remember her name. This young girl. Not in our time.
She married to that Centilla guy, man.
Dion Sentile?
No,
Yeah,
Mr.
yeah.
from Granby area,
okay.
man.
Who's that?
Paul and Zyron, them brother, man. That man there, man.
I trying to remember. I trying to remember. Not so sure.
She used to live Goodwill at one
I know
time.
the
Lately,
person-
they're Goodwill, I know her. She used to teach at the convent, but more or less music. She was always a boy.
Oh yes, that is Miss. She used to live. She used to be living on Great. She used to be living on hills on Great Marlborough Street. She used to be living on Great Marlborough Street. Miss. Oh my God, it's starting with H. The name is coming and going. Help me.
She a Redskin teacher?
No,
Dark skin.
dark skin teacher. Her name is starting with H. H and oh my God, it have an I in it, you know.
It's not Sentinel, you know.
Oh, somebody person. I'm sure the person going to help us. Good evening. Tell me.
You get Andrew.
You get Andrew.
Yeah.
You get Andrew.
You
Yes,
get, you get.
Thank
I
you,
can't remember this name,
Thank
but you get.
You get
Yes,
Andrew. Yes, this Andrew guy was living upstairs.
Yeah.
That house is still there. I think he's dead now. The guy is dead now.
He is the brother of. She's the sister of Pips.
Pips, correct. Yes, you get Andrew.
You get Andrew.
You used to
I
teach
wouldn't know
us.
much about that, but I can remember. You know?
So that was part and parcel of our growing up, David. In terms of you going to Rosa Girls School, you had Mr. Winston as a boy, as a man. Sorry, you had Mr. Mark Glaw, teaching you standard free.
Yeah.
So
Like to beat, man.
good evening.
Like to beat.
Yeah, Bob D, Cecil.
Yes.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the lady teachers at boys' school? All you call Miss Clark, Miss Corey?
Oh,
Boy,
boy,
too
Miss
numerous
Clark.
to mention.
Boy.
I was
Sorry.
Paul fellow 75 Island boys' school.
Boy, Miss Clark, again it was?
Huh?
Miss Clark,
Miss Clark. Miss Birmingham.
Birmingham. Miss Birmingham.
Corey.
No, Miss Birmingham taught us in Rosa Girls School.
Miss Corey in by the Windsor Park, by the Windsor Park Stadium.
Yeah, that was a good
That's Rosa Girls School.
Yeah, that's
I know Miss Birmingham taught us. Miss Birmingham actually was in free B. I was in free A with Mr. Winston. Miss Birmingham was in free B, and Lennox Linton was in free C.
Form 1B in boys' school.
Who's that?
Miss Birmingham.
Well, that must have been after.
No,
Well, maybe before.
The picture that
Before.
talking to you there is the
Yes,
same.
I know Peter Piper.
Miss Birmingham.
Yes,
Miss
Miss Bir-
Birmingham. And she was in charge of the health.
But
She still in Cock Street too.
But
Yeah,
I
I
know.
came in
Yes, I know
after.
that. I
I
know
came in
that.
after.
But I
Yeah.
swear that Miss Birmingham taught at free B in Rosa Girls School.
After then, after
It
me.
must have been after. Because
Miss Clark, what Mrs. Clark? Miss Clark. and
Miss Clark taught at Rosa
No, that was the Rosa Boys School.
Miss Clark. Miss
The
Clark
rebel fellas.
Miss Clark taught both at the
Miss
Rosa
Clark,
Boys
yeah.
School and the Rosa Senior Boys School.
Yeah.
She
Rosa
she
yeah.
taught in the Chateau.
Yeah. Miss Clark taught there, yes. Yes.
Yeah, Apple Richard, Abu,
Yes. We call her Fully.
Uh,
Yeah, we call her Fully
the
Richards.
Kenty, Dave Kenty.
Yes, we call him too. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And Low Black too taught there too. Low Black, Emmanuel Low Black.
He taught me sport.
Yes, Emmanuel Low Black was in
Jump
standard.
at him, mad,
I think
mad,
was,
oh,
he
I
also
support
taught.
mommy.
Yeah, I think.
Anyway, later,
thank you,
later,
thanks.
later.
I think after Macoline left, it must have been Low Black came in I think Form 2.
Right.
Either he was in Form 2 or in Form 3.
Form 2.
Form 2, right.
Manuel Loblack.
Manuel Loblack. I remember that, like, yeah. So yes, so Bob, so you see, so we're just going back and look at the good old days. And we're saying this to say that in those days, there were for me, there were a lot of male teachers. Because we were not easy cats as boys growing up. People talking about the present generation, but Bob did.
Our generation wasn't easy, you know. Our generation was crucial, you know.
But I'm telling people that our generation,
Our generation had terrorists in it, you know.
But again, Cecil, you have to understand the culture. Let me just jolt his mind.
yes,
When we were at this primary school, here what we did. We played strap.
yes, calotte.
If you had a trim, we slapped you.
Yeah,
Right? We played fax.
yes. You have to have your hand on the buttocks every time,
Right.
or else you get your
We
facts.
played marble.
yes,
We played nuts.
yeah,
All right? We played our cricket
volleyball
as well. We played our volleyball.
and football.
Not only that, we had our catapult.
Right, yes.
So fellas had their catapult.
And still we made two back.
And some fellas made two back, go on the
So
power.
you never made two back.
Boy, no, my brother did, but he get a cutter.
So Bobby, you never made two back.
Not really. I did that once in preschool. I'd knock out a guy and then I didn't come to school. I go and hide in a spot, you know.
Just going back a little bit,
Yeah.
Bobby said that he left preschool and went straight to standard 2.
In Rosa Girls School.
In Rosa Girls School.
That's
Tell
the
that
school I
possible.
go.
I don't know how that was possible because here is what we had.
I never go to another school now.
We had stage 1,
Uh-huh.
we had stage 2,
Mm-hmm.
we had stage 3, and from there you go to standard 4.
4.
In what?
And then
In Rosa Girls School.
Rosa Girls.
Rosa Girls
No, we had to go to Rosa Mixed Infant School,
and
which
then
is standard 1,
1 and 2.
standard 2, and then standard 1. And then in standard 2, Rosa Girls School.
Rosa Girls School.
So the
Standard 3 is Rosa Girls School.
the two little rooms
by the Windsor
by the
Park.
Windsor Park is standard 2.
Yes.
So you go ABC in the first big hall in the mixed infant school, then the middle and Miss Christian office, the big office,
Yeah.
and the veranda
And the
was
veranda.
standard 1.
Yeah, that's right.
Remember that? That's standard 1.
That's standard
And
1.
Dave said he didn't go that. He going through
I
that.
didn't do I don't know. I have. I never
You,
been
you,
to
you,
that.
you,
You missed a lot.
But you're privileged.
You're very privileged. I want to know how that happened. He will tell us. Good evening to you, caller.
You were wrong. You were wrong.
Tell me.
Which school was ABC first? Then you have to go middle section. From middle section, you go to head teacher, where Miss Christian was. From Miss Christian, you go to veranda. And from veranda, you go to standard 2 in Rosa Girls School.
Okay.
Veranda.
Okay, Toots.
Where's
Okay, Toots.
veranda?
Okay, Toots.
I don't know about
All right,
veranda.
thanks, Toots. Yeah. No, but you see what Toots is saying. What Toots is saying. See what Toots, how Toots call it? He didn't call it by the standard. He said when you go to ABC, and he said I'm wrong, but I know the class was not called middle class and head teacher class.
No.
It was standard 1.
Yes.
So yes, Toots, you're very correct to say that we name it ABC class. Then we went to middle class. The middle class was between ABC and Miss Christian, the principal class. So and then you go to the principal class, where it's how many of us in, and then you go to the veranda class. Well, not everybody would go into the veranda class because I didn't go for the veranda class. All right, so I went to ABC, and then I went to Miss Christian, and from Miss Christian I went to Rosa Girls School. So Bobby said that he did not go to
He didn't go through all the stages.
through all the stages. You know, as a matter of fact, I want to remind you. Someone told me to remind you, and I remind you. I said so to you that he said that because you're on camera, they will need your face to be always up. Just wanted to tell you that, you know. And so, Bob, we were talking about Rosa Boys School. So we're talking about Tubac. Well, I made Tubac. My mother must be hearing that for the very first time. As a matter of fact, when you entered standard 4 and standard 5, it was almost mandatory for you to make Tubac. And the places that you had to go was in Glasgow, by Chappaqua. Chappaqua used to have a cane estate, and we used to go there. I think Chappaqua was Mr. St. Rose.
Yeah.
And we had to go there. And then we would go to Mount Daniel when it's mango season. You're passing the same Glasgow and you're coming across to Mount Daniel for your mangoes. So we couldn't not make two back. That was because most times on a Wednesday and a Friday is sports day. So you go in the afternoon about 2:30, you present yourself for sports, and then you champagne until 3:30. Escape until 3:30. So Bob, you said you didn't know that part. All right, so let's now talk about River Street now. Tell us exactly what was the life like in River Street. I know you would have had guys like Jerry and all of those guys in River Street. Help us with your life in River Street.
Yeah, well, the life in River Street was very good. Trust me, because you had a lot of role models there, you know. You had Larry Baltazar, all the man Christopher Harry. You had Sherman, all these guys, they would come out with
Sherman Winston.
Yeah, with their guitar in the afternoons and entertain us, and
yes.
You know. At one time, Alec used to come and join them. So every afternoon you have...
Alec?
Alec, me says to stay somewhere in Deep Tongue there. He's Red Calypso. I think he passed away, you know. Redskin Alec is so called Paul Green's area.
You're talking about Alec Volier?
Can't recall his name. I don't know
Alec
the first
Volier.
name. Because
Yes.
them fellas older than me. Which I guess, but you don't know the first name as to the, you know.
As a matter of fact, they used to be living by that big step in Great Marlborough Street.
Somewhere around the area there, yeah.
There's this step is still there by where Flick used to be before, you know.
In that area there.
Yes, right in that area there, that's where they used to be living. Himself and his brother, Gerald, his brother is now a doctor, Gerald
So he used to come down. Desmond, all them guys used to be playing guitar outside, you know.
Desmond Douglas?
No, Desmond Winston too used to play guitar at one time. Mm-hmm. Doggy Desmond was the next musician to singing, playing little bass, not much, but little thing, but smallest vocals, you know. So you had that environment that was really positive, you know. On Sundays, you had man like Chuman Brown and them fellas would beat Congo drums on the side of the river, you know. That kind of tradition thing, you know. Yeah, and then you had the steel band, which started off with my uncle, Errol Emmanuel. That's the Chocolate County Steel Band, you know.
But before we go to Chocolate County, let's deal with some of the guys that were in your area, in River Street area. Squarehead was your father.
Yep.
He was a tailor,
pan player,
boaster.
Yeah, he used to work on the port at one time.
Well, all portmen were boaster fellas. I understand that. No. Squarehead, tailor man, preparing for Carnival. Tell us a little bit about Squarehead.
Well, he had a lot of work when Carnival time come. He had a lot of work and he would get a little job, you know, to the flower bags, wash them, because that's what they used to take to make costume, clothes and everything. So he would get a little project to wash the bags, you know, little boy. You come in, you see all the musicians coming around and how they would design their thing and what they would talk about, you know, how they would prepare themselves for Carnival, you know. So it was very good experience as a little boy, you know, hearing and seeing. So by the time I go full in the music, I was already seasoned already.
But what about you now? Seeing your father having to do all of that work, how much help were you giving your father?
Not much, nah, because he was a little rebel self. He had his own quarters too, you know. Yeah, he had moved out from the family and gone rent his little spot, you know. So I would go over, you know. So if we were living in the same house, then it would be straight up, you know, everyday thing. But as he was living away from us, he was living higher up River Street, you know. So I'd have to go on certain days, you know.
But what kind of influence would guys like Frankie and Jerry have on you? Because you're not living far from those guys.
Yeah.
Errol Emmanuel. Not your
No,
Errol.
uncle, I know the other Errol.
Errol from
know?
Abbas.
Yeah.
How much influence that those guys would have had on you in growing up?
Well, you'd respect them as your elders, you know. Yeah, but as to anything in a demonstrative way, they never really demonstrate anything, you know, to capture my attention.
Cap wasn't living far from you.
Yeah.
What did you learn from Cap?
He was a barber at one time. He was a motorcycle rider and stuff. And he would give us little ideas about the motorbike, where is neutral, where is this, but nothing much, really. These guys was more liming. The guy that really had influence over me is my uncle, Larry Baltazar, Ivo Baltazar, Sherman Winston, Christopher Harry, them musicians there, Truman Brown, them fellas there. They would more demonstrate something that I could learn from,
No. In your time growing up, we used to have something that is called Kawat. So people like Tony Mead was a Kawat. People may not know that. They call him a different name today, but we know him as Tony Mead. He was a Kawat. He was playing football. Was always playing football and cricket by the market. You remember those days?
Yeah, man.
Right. Conga was a Kawat. You know what I'm saying? Higher up from you on the other river bank, you would have had other guys like the brothers, the later one is a later. How could I forget his name, man? Good friend of mine.
Yeah.
Later. Living higher up by where Duncan has his place there now. Anyway, the name.
Okay, you had Leroy Spooge, Leroy Gwendolyn staying on that side there.
Yes.
You had Pattison. Remember Pattison used to tumble a lot?
Yes. Oh yes,
right.
yeah. Wait, is Pattison dead?
Yeah.
Boy,
It's
this
a
guy,
while now.
this guy was a great tumbler.
Yeah, man.
Pattison together with this other guy, just three of them. There's Pattison. Pattison was a guy, Pattison Garraway. I remember that very well. Then you had this guy. Oh my God! And Trinidad. This three of them.
Yeah, well, for River Street, I can talk about Pattison, Russell Morrow. There was my next door neighbor in River Street. That's where I know him. They used to be tumbling on the...
Russell Morrow.
They used to be on every Sunday, they would be tumbling, acrobatic thing.
How did I forget Russell? Russell lived on River Bank.
River
Street. Russell lived on River Street. How did I forget Russell? Someone wants to help us. Good evening to you, caller.
Glenn Roy for Gwendolyn.
Glenn Roy, that's the other name I wanted. The Redskin shot fella.
Talking about no.
No. Yes, no.
Yeah, no.
That's why you're on it, too. Thank you very much. Yes. So we had No. No and his brother. You
His
had
brother
Christo. Yes.
Nona and Christo was more or less in the county, in the whole. You see where Bolo selling there in the opposite. That was their quarters.
That is on
Hanover.
on Old Street.
Right.
Old
What
Street.
was
Old
the name
Street.
of Nona's father?
I know none of father anybody.
Dennis Mugoi.
Dennis Mogui.
Painter. You remember Dennis Mugoi?
Yeah, I never know him as Mogui.
Yeah, his name
I
is
know him as
Dennis Mugoi.
Yes. And coolie here.
With the curly hair.
Yes. So I'm saying all of this so that people can know our period that we grew up, in Roseau. Good evening to you, caller.
Hi. Good evening, gentlemen.
Oh, look the queen. Look the queen of Roseau.
The queen of Roseau.
Put down the volume of that.
The
That's
queen of Roseau.
Vado.
Let me put down the thing. Sorry. Yes, Russell, first of all, I started process. Russell live on River Bank, close to where Save a Lot is. That is where Russell
First.
Morrow and his family lived on Riverbank. Okay, close to Jewelry, right at the corner there. I'm David.
Do you have to call Russell to clarify that, because you see where Moses have the bakery there? That's where I know him.
Right, yes.
That
you're
was my
correct.
neighbor there.
His grandmother.
No, you had Madeleine next renting one half and Russell them on the next half.
Yes.
His father was a tailor with my father as
Mr.
well.
Morrow,
And then you
right,
had,
and go ahead. Yes,
Right.
yes.
So that's where I know him.
But
Where Moses had the
remember,
bakery there,
another
that's
thing
where I know him.
Yes, I'm going to remind you, David, you were born in Hanover Street.
Wow.
Okay,
42.
that's where right opposite.
42 Hanover
Right
Street.
opposite Social Security there.
42 Hanover Street.
Right, that's where you
And
were born.
I moved to River Street within days. Yeah.
And then you all
Moved to River
moved to River Street.
Within days.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just telling you.
Why do you know a lot about David, man?
Oh yes, remember we all grew up together. You know, my mother was right there. They were living in the yard in River on Hanover Street, and what's her name? That lady Hilda.
Mahilda.
Yep, Mahilda was there
Mahilda, all
too.
in the yard. David and
Miss
Angela,
Miss Angela as well too.
Angela and whatever.
But Angela is Jerry mother, right?
Yeah.
Yes, Jerry Logan mother. Right. Okay. So that's yeah, and David is a Shawozo in the center was nothing to me. And it's so funny, eh? And now David explained his mother's name, you know. We thought her name and was one thing, you know, David. Now that you say you separate it, but all these years, I thought it's one, you know, one name. No, you say Cecil. You don't know Dennis Mugoy. Dennis Mugoy, we call him.
I didn't know him as Dennis Mugoy.
You don't know. Well, we're telling you.
No, I accepted that. I accepted that.
Adamson, I telling you, it's
Dennis
Dennis
Mugoy.
I said I accepted
He
that.
is a Frenchman, you know.
Oh, because
Mugoy is French. So his
it's
real name is
later, that's his
Letan.
last name.
L-E-T-A-N-G. Letan.
Oh, Letan.
Letan.
Okay.
It's French. Letan.
Okay. All right. I'm
Thanks.
listening.
Thank you.
You're
Right.
welcome back.
So now, David, let's now get into the meat of our discussion in reference to pan. So your father played pan, your uncle played pan, and you had a number of guys around your area themselves who played pan. But even before getting into playing pan, we would know that Doggy was the backup singer or the vocal singer for Swinging Stars.
Yep. Larry was the guitarist.
Larry was the guitarist. The brother of Doggy, is it Martin? The one that's playing. Is it first pan he was playing?
Double second.
Played pan. But also to Doggy played pan.
Yeah, Doggy was playing
playing
bass, original.
Yeah, he was playing bass. I
Original
remember seeing him.
Chocolate Conky,
Yeah, playing
yeah,
bass. Yeah. So quite a lot of those guys in that Hillsborough Street, Hanover Street, Riverbank was actually that of Chocolate County.
Yep.
You know why Chocolate County? You know why the name Chocolate County?
No, I never asked my uncle as to why they call it Chocolate County. Because the group of guys who made Chocolate County was the older guys. You know, we came in after. Yeah.
No. I know on Hanover Street, Old Street, where you now have these guys, they call the area now, how do they call this area now? Help me now.
Washington.
They call the area Washington. East of Washington, if I can say that, of the street of Old Street, is where the Balthazars would have lived. Tell us a little bit about that area.
Well, that area was a vibrant area. Opposite the Balthazars, you had a man called Mr. Buell. He was a butcher. So every weekend or so they would have cow, pig killing there, and he have his gun, you know. So all of us would go there and listen and wait for when he's shooting the thing, bow, you know, and take all, you know, the youth, you know, excited over that. And then everybody come in and buy their meat on Saturday because he had meat selling. That was a butcher area, well vibrant, you know. A lot of people used to come in that area.
That's where the lady who used to work at Dowasco, that's where she lives, in that area that you're talking about, where
just opposite what you're talking about.
Where Bernard lives there.
The blockhouse that's upstairs and downstairs there.
Yes,
that is where.
That's what I'm talking about. Where this lady from Dowasco actually.
Oh, the red skin lady. Yes.
Well, let me tell you, Mr. Buell, his real name is Radcliffe. He hails from Maho. He has his house close to the credit union. He is my father's. He was my father's man looking in charge of my father's will. He was a good friend of my father. And he had his gun. My father has gun. Sometimes when he's going to kill the animal, he would borrow my father's gun. He had his own gun. And he would go to the butcher's area down by the old market area there, where they had where they would kill the animals.
And right opposite that butcher's place, we had life, music, young boys, a very early age. I remember I myself was actually just going there, but I'll talk about that after.
Well, let me just show something at him too. Did you ever encounter the pool with the turtles?
No.
Well,
No.
right in that area where they have the supermarket and KFC, right in that area, we used to bring in turtles from Bird Island.
Wow.
So they had a whole set of turtles, and people would come there to get their turtle eggs.
Oh.
I ate a lot of turtle eggs.
You're talking about where you see where KFC is there.
Right.
Curtis' mother, I'm trying to remember what's Curtis' name, full name, sorry. Francis, the mother used to believe in
Ione.
Ione. That's what you're talking about?
Right. You see where they have the shop?
Yes.
You have the KFC there.
Yes.
Then you have the supermarket.
Yes.
And then right in front of there, you had the pond with all the turtles.
So you're saying by Flossie Joseph?
No, not so far.
Not
Right
so
in
far.
front of just where they have the walkway, the boulevard like, on the opposite side,
Oh,
you have
okay.
the KFC,
Yes.
you have the supermarket,
Yes.
and then you have the little shop,
Yes.
upstairs and downstairs
Yes,
house.
in
With the
Lakou.
little cars in that
In
little
Lakou.
area, in that area there.
Yes, in Lakou.
Where they have the parking spot.
Yes.
That was where they had the pond.
Okay.
Bringing turtles from Bird Island.
I didn't meet that. Good evening to you,
didn't
caller.
meet that.
Let me tell you, David is too young to know that.
But Father, you know.
Well, with that turtle and whatever, no. David was too young.
You're too
for
young
that.
you're too young for that boy.
He wouldn't know that. And it's David, I said David, Curtis Boye, Frances,
Yes, Curtis Boye,
Frances
brother.
and my Ione. They were living right there. And David, remember, Kelvin was in Chocolate County.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yes.
Kelvin.
Kelvin
Francis.
Francis.
Kelvin
in the-
Francis.
He was our first treasurer
Right.
of
right.
Chocolate County.
But how we get that name, Chocolate County?
I don't know. Is the
I
older
don't
guys?
know.
I met them
I
with the
think
name.
it's your Uncle Errol that.
Yeah.
If Kelvin Francis listen, he might call us.
Yeah, Kelvin
What's
can maybe help
Kelvin,
us.
you can help us.
Kelvin, yeah.
What you said, Cecil?
If Kelvin Francis is listening, maybe will call us and tell us.
Oh, I don't know. Is he an Errol? Kelvin would know how that area got its name. But Larry and his Cecil is not Dawasco. At that time she was looking at Miss Edith from David. She was working at Keblan Wireless. That was she was married to Heskif, my Tommy son. It's not Dawasco thing, it's Keblan Wireless.
I'm talking about Jeanette, I'm talking about Jeanette at Dowasco. I'm not talking about...
Oh, I thought it's Miss Edith.
No, what you're
No,
talking
no,
about
no,
is
no.
the recent house that was built on the property.
Right now, yes.
Right now, presently,
Yes,
yeah,
Jeanette,
they are the owners from it.
Yeah.
I think their family come down from the countryside,
Oh,
miles
no,
north.
I thought he was talking when we were
No.
when we were growing up. It's Miss Edith. She's from La Plaine. She married to Matomi. Son Heskif is deceased now.
Okay.
Okay.
Alright. Yeah, thanks for that.
I'm
Thanks for that info.
listening.
Yeah, thanks. So now, that area there, that area was a lively area on
Very vibrant.
and afterwards we'll talk on
very
the other
vibrant.
side where we had another set of life. But in that area, we had the Balthazar brothers. We had, as I said, Larry. We had, what's the red one name again? I'm trying to remember.
Lester.
No,
Tashi, we used to call him.
Tashi. Lester.
Tashi, Lester.
Tashi.
Yeah, man. Ivo.
I
Larry.
remember Tashi.
Regan.
Yes.
You had the girl Afinia.
Yes, Afinia. Yeah, so, and in that yard there, music was actually established for the Heart of Roseau. Chocolate County, these young boys. And
They did it for us, man.
They
For
did
man
it.
like me, yeah, man.
They created, but there was, as I was going to say to you, but you have to tell us a little bit more about this place. They were protective of that area, because people like myself would want to go there and to learn to play the steel pan at the time. And Pala, Desmond Douglas, that's Doggy. He was protective, not anybody coming there on the other side of Roseau to come and learn to, especially knowing that where I lived, there were 2 pan men in the persons of, well, actually 3, in the persons of Philip John Baptist, Alan John Baptist, and Wilfred John Baptist. Then later on, Julian John Baptist came in.
Right. Well, let me just, when you talk about the pan yard in
Tell
that
us.
area, you have to talk about the environment. What was there? What were the trees? There were trees there. Do you remember the trees that were there?
The flamboyant trees.
Where is that?
In the pan yard, by the pine yard, where you have the
Was
KFC
that
area in that.
No. It was a big mango tree.
A mango tree?
A big mango tree. Because when we practicing and we get hungry, we fly up the mango tree and eat 2 mangoes and fly back down again.
The tamarind tree was another place. Yes,
That's why we can stay whole day in the pan yard, because of the mango tree. When we get hungry, we go up, eat, and come back down.
He's right.
And
mango tree that was there.
The Balthazar and them grandmother, I think their grandmother, or this elderly lady that used to be in this area, there used to always be
Matomi.
Matomi.
Yeah,
Matomi.
and you're right.
And Matomi was a brilliant
very
lady,
bright woman.
in the sense that guys would be playing steel pan, Dave, and she had no problem with guys playing steel pan.
Well, you know what? I used to just sit down and listen to the pan. I used to come down there and just sit down and listen to the pan play.
I'm so sure Matomi just used to sit down and listen to them. And David is right when he says it's under the mango tree. The popsicle tree was where the promenade is now.
Yes,
and
right.
Jury Bobo, I was sitting in his umbrella right at the corner.
Yes, that you're right. You're right.
Jury Bobo. And when David said Tashi, but how we give the boy that name? The boy was just highly colored,
Yes.
and we just
He had no tact on him.
No talk to the Tashi, sir.
You know why Tashe? You know why Tashe? In that area had a lot of black mud.
Oh yes,
and he was so red that when that mud would have gone on Lester's skin. There's no way that you still.
I don't know. No, we just joined call the boy Tashi. David is deceased now.
Tashi died?
To me, somebody told
Not too long he came down to Dominica, sometime last year.
Either their mother.
Their mother in Curacao.
Yeah, in Curacao, right?
Yeah, the mom passed away, yeah.
Okay, okay, maybe I'm sorry.
Yes, but you all talking there. You all forgot the famous family, Bueller, Fat Boy, Turkeys, Harry, and you all talking about them riverbank people there.
And Alvin is this
Fat Boy, yeah, what happened? Yes, Davina,
yes, Davina.
Derek.
Yeah, Fredrickson in Guantanamo.
Yeah, Fredrickson lives in Guantanamo. Yes.
Forget it, man.
No. We discussing it.
And then Lauren, Charmaine, Sharon,
yes.
Mervyn, Romeo,
Mario.
What? Yeah. Boy, that was good time. I don't think I'm there. I'm David. No other community better than around there. We come out. We were the best. We were the best. Today we can talk about it. We were the best because I don't know where Cecil come out. That's why we have to protect our community.
Yes. We were very particular like that, you know.
Yes.
Yeah, we never invite outsiders to be part of our thing, man. For real, you know.
there, I'm paying any foreign place. Come out there,
Come out there, come out there.
Come out there, you Mister, come out there.
You were very prejudiced, man.
Yes.
Yeah, man. Trust me on that one.
We say, wait a minute, Mister, come out there.
But you see, Vado, the thing about it is, Vado, my mother and my boss,
Yes.
they came from the same well, one came
Yes.
from Tibo, one came from Vegas. So my mother and my boss
We
were
should tolerate your mother.
were best of
We
friends.
should tolerate your mother.
Yes, so my mother used to wash
Because
clothes.
your mother had a little complexion.
Why, she had a cooler why. Yes. And so when we go by my boss, she used to go by my boss, and we used to find ourselves having to go now by the panyard. But those guys didn't want us to touch your pan.
Nobody
nothing.
God, no. And especially Ewo, not in your nonsense. He was a strict guy.
But
Let
very
me
strict.
tell you, he was strict.
Page,
Yes.
them man, you couldn't touch them man
Yes,
pan, no boy.
And his David uncle. So David
Yeah.
will tell you how strict Ewo was.
Yeah,
All right,
Yeah,
thanks.
thank you, Vado.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, man.
David, tell us a little bit about you getting into the pan yard and learning how to play pan.
Well, I started off playing pan at my home, when I was a little youth. My father had his pan, and he would have me play 1-2 little notes, And then when they came up with the Chocolate County Steel Orchestra, I hadn't got to do nothing. Errol had to tell me, come practice. It's not to say, well, we were living in the same house, Not to say, well, I would have to apply for anything, So it was a smooth transition, man. It was just sweet, man. Just falling, everything was falling in place,
So at that time, where we are now talking on Old Street, that's where you first started to play pan.
Chocolate County?
Yes.
Yeah, man.
That's where you first started to play pan.
I mean, with a group,
Yeah.
Otherwise, was home. Errol had his pan, my father had his pan
How many
individually.
of the Balthazar brothers played pan at that time? There.
All of them.
All of them.
No, Lester couldn't play pan because
Lester didn't play pan?
no, he had a timing problem. So he was the Iron Man.
Oh, I know.
He was-
I saw him.
He was the Iron Man. Fletcher Regan was on tenor bass. Larry
Just hold on a
Hansen.
while. Good evening to you, caller.
So David, you don't know nothing about Astrocat.
That was in my father. That was over them time. High up River Street. I was too small for that one, but I was my uncle Vincent Skipper and them man.
Because Astrocat to me was a transition from Astrocat to Chocolate County.
Yes, technically because my uncle was part of it.
Chocolate
Vincent.
County used to be a football team, a football team. That was the football team they used to call Chocolate County, and they transferred that to the pan,
Well, that's where the name come from then.
I mean, it was a football team because every little place in Roseau had a little name like Chokers PT.
Gunsmoke.
So they decided when they have that team, Chocolate County, they're a football team.
Yeah, they had a football team. They had a
Football
football team, but I can't
Right.
recall as to when they
Like,
started off and how they started off.
To the football team, I don't know which one came first.
Yes, just like me. I don't know. I was too young for that, but they had a football team for sure. You're definitely right
Chocolate
on that.
County, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I one of these days I was saying, right, where the National Bank is, there was, we can say
It was a panyard.
we can say that's the father of all panyards.
Yeah.
In
I met it.
Dominica.
Mm-hmm.
And I would want to maybe even call on the National Bank themselves to get some kind of symbol to represent that area.
What was the name of the band there?
It's not this special for sure.
Was it
Special was after.
Vauxhall?
I can't.
Was it Esso?
That was Esso. I think it was Esso. I think it was Esso.
You see, I know about those
Yeah,
Spaniards
I think
because
it was Esso.
I went to
Because
I went to
Charlie's father, that's Mr. Andre, Eddie Andre, and his brother actually was playing in that yard.
in the yard there.
Yeah, that's many
many moons ago.
Yeah. No, David. So we're talking about that yard. Give us some color
Which
as
yard?
to the yard where you learned to play the steel pan when you all
Oh.
came to practice and so on. Let's just talk about that.
Well, first to begin, as we mentioned, as we know, my uncle was very strict, so you have to be on time and you have to be disciplined. When he says stop, you must stop. Nobody eat an extra note, this type of thing. So having that was a good experience for me. You know, it makes me grow up with that discipline. You know, in the music business.
No, so you we had at the time, as we said, most of the Balthazar brothers and the Douglas brothers were part and parcel of that panyard. Was Jerry part of that panyard?
Yeah.
I know Frank was part of that panyard.
No.
Frank didn't play pan.
Never. Ever.
Frank didn't play pan.
Never.
Why did I believe that Frank played pan?
Never, 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 never.
But Jerry played.
Oh, yep. Very good. He's a very good tenor bass player.
Yes.
Frank never ventured that. He wasn't inclined for that. He hadn't got that balance in him.
What about the Winston brothers?
Like Dave and them, they was more guitar. They never play pan. It's guitars. Guitar, steady guitar. Dave, Sherman, Desmond is more or less guitar.
Okay. So those guys didn't.
No, box guitar, and they had their gathering higher up in Kingsley. That was their gathering.
No,
you know?
in front of we can say River Bank, you had Charmaine with her two sons, three sons. Yeah, three sons. Did they? How much involvement they were at that young age? Because they would have been very young.
Yeah, well, two of them was very involved. Yeah.
Mervyn is one.
Yeah.
Mervyn played first pan or
all pans.
All pans.
All pans. Yeah. Drum everything.
Yeah, Mervyn is a good drummer.
Yeah.
And his brother.
His brother wasn't playing drums. Romeo
wasn't playing drums.
Pan. He never played drums.
Why did I believe? I must have got confused with the bigger brother that is Mervyn.
Pan. Is the two of them alone that was involved in music?
Okay.
Mario hadn't got that balance. Timing was a problem for him. Just like Frank and the other guys, that was their problem. That's why he could not play pan because of
the drum. The drum was
just a normal timing. Yeah. It was difficult for them. Even a single note timing would give them problem, you know. So they just couldn't venture. Although we tried, you know, but.
Let me ask him a question. How did you go about preparing your pan? How did you prepare your pan?
In terms of preparation for like what?
Well, you want to make the instrument. You want to make a steel pan. Whether you want to make a first pan, a second pan,
okay, because you have carnival preparation as well as another preparation. I thought that you was talking about.
No, the pan itself, making the instrument.
Yeah, you have to get the drums, the 45-gallon drums, and they have to be the type that could make, because you have different type based on the chemical that is stored in the drum. The material you use to build it cannot make pan because it's either too rigid or too soft, you know. So when you get the perfect one, then you mark it out, you lay it out, you dish it with your hammer to the depth, like a single tenor would go something like 10 inches. The bass would go 3.5. The tenor bass would go 4.5. The guitars would go somewhere between 3 and 4. You know, that type of thing. You just have your measurements, you know, and you go about it. When you finish dish it, you mark it. You mark your notes, and you take a drift and a hammer, and you mark the notes yourself. And then you burn the pan. And then you tune the pan, and then you paint the pan. It may sound simple as I say there, but the process, you know,
right,
it's lengthy.
Would you have a tuner? Would a person come to tune the pan? Did you have a man who came and make sure the pan was properly tuned?
All right, we had the head man, Mr. Miguel Dublin. That was Dominica's best pan builder and tuner. Very good, you know. So he would instruct us how to go about, you know, even playing the pan as well, you know. So it's a lengthy process, you know. You have to make a time for it because you have to describe how you mark the pan as well, and right, I'll do the board to really demonstrate, you know, right, rather than just saying it like that.
Right,
so
I got a basic understanding about making the pan and the type of pan. All pans were not suitable for making the instrument.
Yeah.
And based on the different types of pan in terms of the first pan, second pan, the tenors, the drums,
Yeah.
basically, you'd have a process in terms of the
Now,
measurements.
if you get the drum that is suitable for making the pan, you also have to check on the grade, the thickness and the thinness. Because when you have a pan to go down 10 inches, it must be thicker. The grade must be thick so the metal can stretch. If you have a thinner grade, before you go down 4 or 5 inches, it's starting to burst because the metal can't stretch no more. It's too thin. So you have to be mindful of the different grades. It's written on the drum as well too.
So how do you all put the notes now on the steel pan?
You mark it out, but as I say, you'd have to have I would need a board so I could demonstrate to you, because it's not just, you see, for you to understand me, you have to be musically inclined into that thing, Yeah. So I can explain directly, but if you have a board, I can,
So how did you decide that you're going to do tuning of steel pan? How that happened?
Well, from a very long time, watching Miguel for all these years, learning from him, but the actual technique, he never really, it is
Shared
already.
You can say.
He kept it a secret.
Kept it a secret.
Yeah, but you try how to build it, and but the fine tune of it, the technical part of it, So I learned a lot, learn how to build it, And then I went over to Trinidad.
Now, Chocolate County moved from Old Street across underneath the breadfruit tree on Riverbank and
No.
Hanover Street.
No.
Okay. All right.
Chocolate County started off in Samley at Neville. That is close to Pablo, the empty lot that there.
Right,
That's where we started off.
Okay.
As and then we moved to
At the back of the Winstons, Ben.
Yeah.
On Great George Street.
alongside Pablo's side.
Pablo's
there.
yeah, Great George Street, yes.
Yeah, where Neville.
We can
Sam and them.
say opposite the old Rosa Boys School, or
Yeah.
opposite the All Saints School.
Yeah.
For persons who might be wondering that do not know Rosewood that very well, or in that same area where you have the cellular gadgets.
Yeah, right.
right there.
Yeah.
You're
right
right.
there.
Yeah, that's the property there.
I will never forget that. I will never forget that area. You know why?
That's the property.
You know why?
I want to see if you can remember.
I want to see if I can remember.
Who was there? There was a lady there, right there, and she stayed there for quite a number of years.
Michael?
No,
Okay, forget about that. That's what I wanted to say.
there was a lady there selling cakes and so on.
You talk about Madel Sol?
For the grammar school.
You talk about Madel
But
Sol?
that's not the discussion.
I am talking. The reason why I will never forget that, David, that the ruins are still there.
Yes.
The ruins are still there.
Yeah.
Where there was a fire, and that fire, myself and Tony Mead, we both were in that fire. It was fought by many that I was dead because my mother was somewhere else and the fire happened.
Right.
But I got saved by a Calypsonian. That's why I love Calypso. That Calypso was Plash. Mighty Plash.
Mighty Plash, yeah, I know.
Garaway.
Garaway.
I don't know if you know of this guy.
I know him.
You know Plash. He was from Pottersville.
Pottersville.
My auntie was in love with him at the time. May his soul rest in peace.
Right, he's dead now.
He's dead now. So
That's
why I will never forget. And here now, the steel pan.
Yeah.
You're right. The steel pan actually
That's where it
was
started.
born from that area there.
Yeah, right in
Yeah.
Samley yard there, right in that yard there, and then we moved to where the KFC building is,
Right.
and that's it. Never
Right.
move again.
So where the
Never move.
KFC building was this big breadfruit tree
Outside, yeah.
outside, right?
Yes.
And there was this guy, that welder
Caesar.
Caesar,
Alan Caesar.
Alan Caesar. had his
blacksmith.
welding blacksmith.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, area, that area.
Making horseshoes and whatever.
Right, Alan Caesar, and then you had who came from. She was my neighbor, immediate neighbor on Fields Lane. I live 49 Fields Lane, 49C Fields Lane. So she lived, I think, on 49A Fields Lane. That is my Ione. Right, that is Curtis Boye's mother and Francis' mother and grandmother. They lived Fields Lane before, and then they moved to on Hanover Street at the back of Mr. Alan Caesar. And then you had this Chocolate County. And so Curtis Boye took the opportunity now to play steel pan in Chocolate County, because it was really next door to him. And you heard of what's his name? The brother of Francis, that is Kelvin.
Kelvin Francis.
So right there had this junker man. Tell us about him.
Oh, is who that? Nathan?
Mr. Nathan. You're asking me? That's a homemade name for anybody who lived in Riverbank or on River Street would know of this guy, or anybody who would have lived in the middle part of Roseau who did not have a television would have seen a television for the first time, if not by Raffles,
is by Nathan. Every night, load of people there. And his son James played pan with us to Chocolate County. Very good pan player too, you know, James. He was playing guitar. Very good. Yeah, man.
And so tell us a little bit more about Mr. Nathan. You can just tell me
Well, there's not much I can say. I know he had some lighters and one two little thing, but as to he was older than my father, so
right. So actually,
like,
Nathan was a pilot to bring in boats.
I never knew him piloting the boat. I know he had boats.
And right.
And he would
had
hire
a bicycle.
Yeah, he would hire Ivan as one of his captain to pilot the boats in, but he himself, I never knew him. I never see him.
Right.
So
Nathan would enjoy the company
of the people coming and watch the television. He can't wait for us to come. Have it all wide open.
6:30 when
man.
Those days when the sun was going down early, 6:30 you're there, and we saw Jerry Mason and $6 Million Man.
The Bionic Man,
$6 Million Man. There was another one, Playton Place. That's what it was called, Playton Place.
Yeah.
And a few of those serial Charlie Angels. You know, we used to watch a lot of those movies.
Right.
Episodes. And movies by Mr. At one time, he tried to fool us to make us think that he had a Technicolor television. He got some green plastic and placed it on the television, and we no longer see black and white.
It's in green,
but we see a different color. So
yes. You remember that well?
Yes. You know,
yeah, he had that green plastic over that thing.
And the TV he had was a Sanyo TV. You know, and that one turned the antenna. You know, so boys from around Roseau used to come on this big step of Mr. Of this junker man and look at television. Now today is transformed. We have KFC. That's exactly where the drive-through is. The outside part of the get out of the drive-through. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Was Mr. Nathan's place. So Nathan's son, as you said, played steel pan. He played guitar.
His son, James.
Yeah. And you know, that was my part 2. I played guitar with Chocolate County. You know, I don't know if you remember that, David.
You played silver?
Yeah, I remember you were around.
What you played?
1-2 man was around.
First pan, second pan?
I played guitar. 4 pans. Guitar.
But with you, Cecil, there was many things that you didn't get involved in as a Roseau man. So
yes, you know, so I was involved.
A lot of different things: football, cricket, anything. You know, once you're a Roseau man, you have
to be involved. Yes, so I played steel pan. Errol was our tutor. Many of us. And I remember
Let me ask him who arranged the tunes, because I know there was an
Errol.
arrangement.
Errol did all of the arrangements.
No.
At the time, when I was there,
Well, at your time there, he was the arranger, but the original Chocolate Concrete is man like Christopher Harry, Larry Baltazar, and them.
Yeah.
And Armstrong James was playing with Chocolate Concrete too, you know.
right.
Them was the real arrangers, you know.
As a matter of fact, Errol sometimes would come with his keyboard. You
Yeah,
know.
that was in the latter stage.
Yeah.
That was when he was on his
Yeah,
own.
yeah.
Yeah.
His latter stage would come with his keyboard
Yeah.
to really help in doing the arrangement, to give us a better song, or to get the notes.
Was,
Yeah,
was
I'd
there,
already left, man.
Yeah.
was there ever during your time a steel band competition?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. In those days,
man.
yeah.
I win that once.
How many
With
steel bands? How many steel
chocolate
bands?
You
concrete.
had four. You had sometimes 4, 5. You know, you had this special. You had Fanta Pan. You
You
had
had
chocolate
Salt
Concrete,
Stars.
salt, right? You had a
Yeah.
pan from Portsmouth.
Yeah.
You had around five.
And your steel band won.
Yeah, we won Fanta Pan one already as well too. It was we and Fanta Pan
Yeah,
mainly.
Fanta Pan was tight, you know.
Yeah, man.
Fanta Pan was most of the students were of Eddie Andrew's children, and I remember Eddie Andrew and the Julians in those days. You know, the Julians from Kinfield used to play quite a lot of pan with the Fanta Pan. But the pan, what I really love in the pan is the first pan. Dave, that's what you love, right?
You played that, Dave? Did you
No,
play it?
I played everything. When I started off with Chocolate Concrete, I played double tenor, then I moved to single tenor, I moved to bass. I played every pan it had. Up till now, because, I mean, when I work with groups, you have to be able to play everything and arrange everything, you know? So
No, we have you with your pan, and you're going to demonstrate some of your ability and skills to the many viewers and the listeners. So you're going to do something for us.
He has it, but he is operating now. Very interestingly, in the days gone by, he would have the pan, which is the normal pan from the what do you call the the big drums. But now I notice you have graduated now to the chrome pan. Yeah, he has a chrome pan now. Yeah, your pan is a chrome pan. Am I right?
Yeah. Yes, it is. It's not I graduated, you know, the whole steel pan, you know?
Has evolved.
Yeah, to a next level.
Okay.
Yeah, because it was just the ordinary drums, and you had notes all over the places, you know, and they had to reconstruct it and put the notes in the proper, you know, positions, especially when you want to play certain scales, you know. If they're not in the right position, then you have a problem.
Well, give us a demonstration. Give us some demonstrations of what you can do with that pan. Cecil, he's getting ready.
Yes, well, Dave, we have seen him many times.
I'm gonna play a song.
We're waiting for the maestro himself, Dave Bob D. Okay, that is for sure the tune of Dave. Well, we have this is David Bob D. Winston. Before we get a second one, Bob D, we have on the line with us Charlie. Let's hold on a while. We have on the line with us Charlie Andre, Panis himself. Good evening to you, Charlie.
Yeah, blessed Lord. Good evening. What happened? I listen in.
And I know that you've played pan yourself, Charlie. And I know that you would have some history about pan. I know that Chocolate County would have been one of your rival organization with you playing for, I think, Fanta Pan.
Nah, man, I played first. First, let me. The whole vibration, as Cecil says, Lakou. You understand? And I surprised Cecil to even know it's Lakou Tavernier.
Well, go ahead. We're listening.
You see, pan in itself, pan start in my yard. That is where the bank is.
Dunce Yard.
Dunce Yard. If you don't know the history of Dunce Yard, you don't know no history of Rosso. Serious. And I don't like to really talk them kind of power on phone. I want to see Cecil face to face. Son, I don't have no setup for tonight. Give thanks for listening to Bob D.
All right then, thank you.
Yeah, man, Charlie, big up. Yeah, man.
All right.
He played with Chocolate County too, you know.
Oh, Charlie played with Chocolate County.
What? Double 10, you know, they watch him so, you know.
I know he's a tight pan.
Yeah, he's smooth, man.
Yes, I know
but,
that.
You know, every man have his way, you know, and every man have his things to do to, you know what I mean?
Can you
man have his movements.
someone asked me the question, did Charlie play steel pan?
Yeah, man.
And I responded to the person immediately.
Man. Very good steel pan player, man. Very good double 10.
I mean,
man.
Charlie wasn't easy, you know.
Oh, yo.
I mean,
smooth, man. Smooth. Don't watch him so,
if
man.
that kind of the fingers especially.
He could move on the note smooth, man. You know, he's a person, if in your band, you know, you give him a part to play, you'll enjoy, you know, listening to him play the part, you know what I mean? He was nice. Like some other man, you'd find the hand sticking on the notes, they would like they counting the notes. And very...
But he's still a booster. Mr. Copa is a hero boy.
No, Dave, Alan John Baptist, I call him a maestro. I remember on Fields Lane that Alan and Wilfred and his little brother Philip, they lived upstairs of Hiram's carpenter's shop on Fields Lane and the corner of Fields Lane and Upper Lane. And later, as I said later on, his brother, his brother, yes, sorry about that. His brother, Julian John Baptist, deceased, was later on introduced into the band. Still, this special. How much?
Well, before you go, Cecil, when we say Julian, because I know
Fire Chief.
Yes, but didn't he have another brother who played Pancho?
Yeah,
Pancho. I said Pancho. Wilfred.
Okay.
Wilfred.
So Pancho.
Yeah, Wilfred. Yeah. So it was Wilfred.
No, use the common name
okay.
so we can identify him
we can
properly.
Pancho.
Pancho, Alan, Philip, and Julian.
Okay.
These were the four brothers, and they all loved playing first pan. Alan was, I think, Wilfred played double tenor. If memory serves me right, Wilfred played double tenor. Yeah, I was asking what these guys would have taught you. while they were playing pan, and you still as a youngster?
Well, I only encounter Alan because he was very close to my family. He used to come home, you know. I played with him. He was there when we won the championship. Is he, Afi Mate, Errol, myself, you know, that was the group, Whitey, Albert, Paris, you know, that was the crew, Jerry, you know, Mervyn, that the whole crew, you know. Yeah. And then he left and go to England. So
It's a good thing you said Whitey, because I almost forgot that Whitey himself.
when
Although
he sent a message to me and tell me he'll be tuned on, you know.
although I said that the Douglas brothers played,
forget his
but I
name.
forgot Whitey, because Whitey and myself were in same class. Albert
Douglas.
Douglas. You mentioned Albert Douglas earlier on, but you know, I was still wondering, but who is Albert Douglas? But you see, we started to call people nicknames.
Right.
Whitey, and Whitey just stayed in my head, and but Albert Douglas wasn't easy on the pan.
Yeah, man. Very good musician, talented. Martin, his brother, Paris, his brother too as well. You forget your cousin, Greenripe.
Oh, Green
Deadly double second
was
player.
playing double 10, I think.
No, double second.
Double second.
Greenripe. Dangerous drummer, man.
Where's Greenripe?
He's in the States or somewhere there.
Boy, Greenripe was not an easy band player. Oh my God. This guy was neat. We talk about Afmate. But this guy had to see Greenripe. Greenripe was tough.
Martin too, you know. Martin was tough too, you know, the double second, you know. Them two man there was tough.
But Martin still plays, right?
No, he's in England right now. I don't know what he's doing. Paris
still around playing.
Yeah.
But I would figure out Mr. would still be playing.
Let me ask him a question. How did you all get ready for playing on Carnival? What did you all do?
Yeah, when come for Carnival is a special preparation. First thing you call a general meeting with everybody, and you discuss your way forward. Because you have the flute to repaint, you have the pans to repaint, and then at those days he was polishing the pans, so you have to get polish, you know, sponsors and all these things. So you have a general meeting as to what we're doing first, you know, and we assign different people to different things, you know. And then you tune the pan and arrange, get the music and arrange the music to suit. Yeah, basically that. Yeah? But the hard work is the pans. You have to repaint the pans every Carnival time. You make it look new, you know. And the flute, you have to repaint your flute as well. And polish, you have to buy black polish to polish all them pan and make that glossy and shiny, you know.
And the stick for the pan, what was the preparation?
You would get that by Astafans.
You get the stick by Astafans.
And you cut it, and then you get the glove, the rubber gloves, and you trim it in small pieces, and you wrap it, and in those days you had to make your sticks. You couldn't order sticks like now. You order sticks like what I have there is I order it. But back in those days, you'd have to take leather, the glove, the rubber glove.
Let's get ready for our second tune.
Yeah.
I want to get some sweet steel pan music.
What do you want to get?
Anything you want to give us, reggae, calypso, whatever you figure out that you can. You know, the present generation do not know what they have missed in steel pan. Those days we had to push.
Yes.
They used to make them with
the wheels.
With the wheels.
Chinky.
And pipe.
Right. Chinky was one of the main designers for us in Goodwill, where the empty.
I read, you know.
You're talking about Chinky. He was the one who made our float, Chocolate County, and that was the first float with steering wheel and all this type.
Yeah,
he was very good, very, very good. And his upstairs and downstairs thing with his drummer upstairs and everything, he gave us the state of the art.
And pipe.
With pipe.
Yes.
Man was very good, trust me.
And Lakou, we have to have some specialized young boys from around the county to push
that. Right.
Not anybody pushing that.
But the fella was sitting down steering, you know. You had a fella actually steering, you know.
Yeah.
So Chinky was a great inventor.
And not only that, you know, not just steering. You had the wheels of the motor vehicles.
Motor vehicle.
You know. Yes, Dave. Bob D. Ready for us? Again from the Lakou. That's what you know this guy is that's what I knew him as a young boy growing up. A specialized mechanic.
Oh, that's it. Yeah.
When?
Yeah. can say what you want to know, Bob, but I need to get a reggae from you. You need to give me a reggae. Bob D, I need a reggae from you. I know that that one will go a long way with the reggae for sure. So I looking out for a reggae Bob D to ensure that people can know that you have a great style. Let's go to the telephone. Good evening to you, caller. You're live.
Gentlemen, great program.
Thank you very much.
I'm enjoying this thoroughly.
What's that?
I said great program and enjoying it thoroughly.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Woo!
Bro, I have to applaud you because you took the pan and added another dimension to it. Playing in tracks and recording, and you just combine the traditional one and bring it up to a modern vibe to give you more options,
Very good.
Christian pan. So you have done tremendous work trying to get it to the youth. So I want to wish you all the best. But just like that pan remind me of the days, a wiki set a pan in my whole massacre. There's a pan in massacre called Jumbull. And that man used to carnival there, they used to do it. That man had a pan on their neck. And really, on carnival, they buy one massacre. Then after that, they go to the truck, which was easier, and steering and pulling. But tremendous days, man. Tremendous days.
That's correct. You're right.
I enjoy the program. But what I can understand, Cecil, in those days, we used to jump on pan. We used to hear it clear and enjoy it. Right now, as though I don't know if I'm different or if our ears get more affected because they have to amplify pan now for people to. So I wonder if it's the loud music, we listen to music too loud, that affects our hearing. Because, bro, we used to jump on steel band and the whole village there.
Well, maybe too. I'll tell you what. In those days, we used to have about 3 first panists. We used to have maybe 2 or 3 double.
So you figure
we used to have about 2 guitars. We had to have about 2 guitars, about 3 bass. No, 2 bass, right? David, about 2 bass, yeah.
Call it the boom boom.
Yeah.
Well, Chocolate County, we had 3 bass. We had 2 sets at the back and 1 at the front.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a part from my wife, anybody called Cocote. Mr. was a master span tuner. It's just a pity he died without getting the accolades. Cocote, simple man, but Mr. was a master pan tuner. I mean, he used to tune pan all over. And a man called Jumbull in Massacre. And those are good days. So, bro, big up, all the best.
I hope that will get some people to get more involved in the pan.
Well, yeah, we can do a little motivation. Well, Bob Dependy started, he running some programs.
Exactly.
And not only that, during the African liberation time and emancipation celebration, pan should be part and parcel of the whole thing.
Because
very good. Exactly.
Because pan is our own. Pan is the Caribbean own.
Caribbean, the only instrument that come from the Caribbean.
It's Caribbean.
Great idea. We'll look into that.
Yeah,
well, don't look into it. Don't do it.
But you have to look into it first. So when you go by a river, you just jump into it. Then you don't have to look at it first. Good evening, gentlemen.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Bob, you ready for our second song?
All right, yeah.
A reggae?
Yeah, I will give you something close.
Okay, man.
All right, we're going to get a reggae from Bob. But before we continue, Bob, let's hear from this caller. Good evening to you, caller.
Hi, good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening to you.
Okay, I am definitely one of those that are truly motivated to learn pan. I mean, the sounds of that instrument coming through my stereo is just eclectic. Mr. Joseph, this is Natasha Iloilabad. If you want to learn pan at my age, is it too late for me? Can I learn pan?
Yes.
It's never too late for me.
You can learn pan at any age, Natasha. At any age. And I can tell Bob how he can get hold of you and he can teach you how to play pan.
Well, one of the things that you never...
You agree?
Yeah.
I agree. agree, but do you need to be musically inclined?
Nope. Once you are willing to learn, you don't have to musically incline.
I definitely am. I gentlemen, thank you for such a wonderful program. And I mean, I was driving home and I'm listening to this fan instrument, and I'm telling myself it must be some kind of DNA recall that is reminding me of Africa that I've never been to. And then also saying that pan is from the Caribbean.
The pan is our own.
It must have been that we did not have the skill to beat the drum, so we decided to come up with something that would remind us of something,
I like that.
African.
I like that.
Because I don't have no idea why. I just feel that this thing is just sticking to me. So I think I'm one of those persons that have really been encouraged to seek out and find out how do I learn. So
and Mark you in 1 week. In 1 week, you can learn a song.
Are you kidding me?
Dave, help me, Dave. Dave, help me. Come to the mic, Dave. My thing is Joe.
Yes. It depends who is the one tutoring you, I know with me in a couple of days you can get that song.
Okay, well,
because I have different techniques. It have different techniques in getting the person to absorb it,
Wow.
Yeah, it have a way you have to approach them to let it come in, because according to how you approach them, it may not sink in. It might get problems.
They might hear you talk about flat and sharp, but you can get that very easily on the steel pan, because the steel pan will show you the hashtag to say it is a sharp.
But what I'm talking about is that I was doing I was working at the Mao Primary School, and I played a part for one of the students, and checking like, oh my God, how am I going to play that? Like, it's so difficult. I did it with my both hands. So I tell her, hold on, I can do it with one hand for you. And I show her. And you see, the steel pan, it has a layout. Is up and down. You spiral down, you spiral up. The larger notes on top, you play a scale, you go until you go down.
When you say the largest scale, the
larger notes,
you're talking about
the lower notes.
The
lower notes.
Lower notes.
When I was in primary school, so there was some difficult notes you had to learn.
So just Go ahead, Bob. A, B, C, D, F, G.
Yeah, you start from the larger note.
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la.
Yeah, easy. So you go up.
Fa, sol, la, ti, do.
Until you go down.
So you start A, B, C, D, E, F.
E flat, I do it.
A flat, you go flat.
E
right.
flat.
E. All right. So you started the E coming down.
E flat, A, G, E sharp, E flat.
Yes.
You'll get it, man. The girl will
you'll get it, man. I'm not sure. I can guarantee you.
I thank you for a vote of confidence. I'm looking forward to connecting.
All right then. Thank you. All right.
Okay,
all the best.
Good night,
you too. Bye bye. Yeah. Dave, I may have to take a crash course again.
You going back to
so long I've not played. I mean, years, many years. Yeah. Someone is on the line again, Dave, so you better stay there. Good evening to you, caller. You're live.
Good evening, Cecil. Good evening, Cecil. Good evening, Hartley Adams. What's going on?
It's a pleasure hearing you, my
I'm
brother.
enjoying the show.
Are you enjoying everything?
Cecil, everything is going beautiful. Cecil, I guess you don't know who that is.
That's John Loblack.
Hey, John, man.
I promise to have you next week, John Loblack.
I didn't call about next week. I just called you to tell you guys that I'm enjoying. Thanks for the memories. Thanks for the memories, taking me way back to those days when I was in Lotbo and Chocolate County was the place to go. So
Yeah, man.
I would really, really love if we just have next 10 minutes just music.
That's what I'm going to do.
Oh, that's what you're going to do.
That's what I'm going to do.
but I would love an old time calypso, if possible. I would like, Mass in the Cemetery or The Afraid by Tronada, just something like that.
Yeah, unfortunately now I use backing tracks, and these backing
Forget
tracks.
the computer, man. Go. You have the most powerful backing track, your memory.
Yeah, but to accompany, if I had the backing track to accompany, to the help, because
But at least you do remember something of solo, Mass in the Cemetery. You can't remember that? Nothing at all? Boy, Dave, man.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, you see, for the past, what happened now?
Any David Rada?
I could play something for you.
Some calypso.
Yeah.
I don't get that very often, so and I appreciate you, man. I appreciate it.
All right, I'm gonna give you something.
Thanks for the memories. Later, guys.
Thanks,
Yeah,
man.
man.
Thanks,
Thanks,
man.
Lobby.
Yeah. Dr. John Loblack, saying that he appreciates just what you do. So let's get something local. Let's get a calypso, local calypso. I'm sure you have something local in your. You can't tell me when you're going and play out there. You only getting things.
Yeah, well, I have a.
You have a sparrow?
I have a hunter tune, but it's kind of.
Let's give us the hunter, man. Give us the hunter.
Well, okay.
Give us the hunter. No, nothing. No, let's give us the hunter. All right.
Well, let him take an interlude, and then probably he will spike up.
But you see, the caller wants something local.
Right.
So if he can get us the hunter, that's nice. I know Bob can do it.
Do it, yeah.
But and you see, these are the kind of things that we need to really revisit in our beautiful country. We appreciate of the fact that we can see Trinidad and see the Trinidad steel pan so very popular among us here, and we ourselves are taking part of our own. So yes, Dave. Yes, Bob, man. Yes, but you see, Bob, I want a reggae. I ask you for reggae. I'm not gotten that yet. I need something to reggae me up.
But I must say, pan music is really enchanting. You know,
Smooth.
It takes you back to
Soothing.
as though you're going back to your African roots.
Yes, very soothing.
Very soothing. It soothes the spirit. Music is good. You know, even if you're feeling it down, when you hear music, it lifts your spirit. And pan music is
I like
very good.
what one of the callers said earlier on. She said that the Caribbean people couldn't find skin to play on again, so they got the steel pan. They got the pan.
They got the pan, the steel drum.
The steel drum. And really, when you hear the sound, you know.
And it takes you back. Can you see yourself down King George V Street? It's around 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock on Monday morning. The sun is just going down, and you're getting down King George V Street with a heavy steel band music, and you're just looking forward to hook up with a lady. Can you see yourself going back?
Let's hear that first. Well, someone has said, Cecil, really excellent program. What I like about David, is his humility. He's such a calm and warm guy, very polite too. He must be really good with his hands. He is a good mechanic as well. Kudos and more kudos to you, David. From someone who sent me a message via WhatsApp, and it speaks a volume of the program tonight.
Excellent music.
I'm going to play your music for you now. I finally get it.
Okay.
I'm going to give it to you.
You're going to play me my reggae music.
Reggae music. He found it.
Yeah. But before that, let's go to the telephone. David, let's see what the person has to say first. Good evening to you, call.
Hi, David. Excellent. Excellent, David. This is so soothing that I'm sleeping already. I'm falling asleep, David. I'm falling asleep. Excellent.
Yeah,
boy, your uncles and your father should be there, especially Ewo. Ewo taught you well at the beginning. You finish now, you elevated now.
Yeah, thank you.
But Ewo, oh boy.
I suspect Vado want to say you better than your father. I about to say, I tell you, she was about to say you better than Ewo and your father. And she said you perfect it.
You perfect it.
Cordia told me so,
David.
Cordia told me so.
And let me tell you, while I had to give you a joke about you, the crazy say he was playing cricket. He was playing cricket. When you see the out him, he taking his bat and ball and run. Okay, he's famous for that. He don't like to out,
But where that coming in discussion, where that coming in discussion?
He's taking his bat and his ball and he's going. And David, I listened to him. You hear that, Mr.
I heard that.
Okay. David, give me a nice tune, anything nice, more moving again.
All right, thanks.
Okay, there, and you're welcome, and continue because you do a great job. I don't even know, I can't compare you to no one else. You're excellent.
Thank you.
Okay, bye.
You see a suspect, Vado to give me a blast. You have to tell me that nowhere in the conversation,
But still Lakou, you're talking about.
No, still Pan is nowhere close to cricket and bat and
ball. And you throw one under your belt.
Throw one under my belt, and say, I just take my bat and my ball.
And you just go.
Boy,
most boys did that, during the day.
But Vado brother did that too. And I can imagine if Vado was playing wrong, that she took a ball when he said she out.
And people brought their ball and he didn't get a good inning.
Vado don't call me. Don't call me defend
yourself.
I know you take your ball too. When they say you're not supposed to hit the ball in the river and you hit the ball in the river, they say 6 and out. Yes, David, you ready?
You're ready.
I don't want to wait in vain for your love.
Bob Marley.
Boy, listen to that. Listen to that. Let's try that, Bob. Let's try that, Bob. Let's try that, man, Bob. Come on. Let's take it from the top. Bob.
For your love,
yes, I
don't wanna wait in vain for your love. From the very first time
I'll rest my eyes on you, girl. Ah, boy, you that?
my heart says follow through,
But I don't know that I'm waiting on my knees. Ah, boy.
but the waiting feel is fine.
Yes, I.
So don't treat me like a
Puppet on a string.
'cause I know how to do my thing. Don't talk to me
As if.
you think
Yes,
I'm
man.
dumb.
Yes, man. They play that man for me, man.
I wanna know when you're gonna come. See, I don't wanna wait in vain for your love. I don't wanna wait in vain for your love. I don't wanna wait in vain for your love. 'Cause it's summer is here. I'm still waiting there. Winter is here.
Boy, Bob, you're not easy, my brother. I mean, this is real Caribbean music. Steel pan, reggae, Bob D. All Caribbean.
All Caribbean style.
Yes.
Well, Afro-Caribbean, I call it.
Bob, I know after tonight you're going to get a few other gigs. Some people are going to call you. Because you see, one of the good things about steel pan music is that it is outside of refreshing and soothing. You can literally have a dinner and speak with someone, you know, while listening to steel pan at the same time.
Right. So to get that environment, you must come to the Ocean Edge every Thursday. That's where I'm playing.
Also, every Thursday you're at Ocean Edge.
Yeah. So if you want that kind of environment, you gotta come up that side.
Well, I suspect I have to come up that side.
Yeah. Tell one, tell all.
What time?
Well, I normally start from about 6, little after 6 to about 10 maximum.
Okay.
Yeah, a little break in between. Sometimes one break in between. You know?
No, let me ask you, Dave, how much is the young people gravitating towards steel pan music now?
They were very interested in my time, you know. What that really interrupt the whole program is that I had to go on cruise ship. So that just kibosh everything. But when I was there, vibrant. Because I had the little primary school children playing pan on the road for carnival. Yeah, man.
Oh, you're going to try that again?
I used to have that, but I don't know if I can. Well, at the time, I was working with the old mill, so I had certain advantage. But now that I'm on my own there, you know, I don't have the advantage. I have the skill, I have everything else, but the advantage, I don't have it, you know.
Okay, let me hear what the person on the line has to say. Good evening.
Yeah,
Fireman, your phone again. Call me back again.
Relocate your phone.
Your phone. Call me back again. But I don't know what kind of phone Fireman has. Every time Fireman calls me, I have to tell Fireman, you know, your phone.
Too much Fireman.
But you see, Dave, for us to have this steel pan alive, you know, people like you must be able to share it around. So that's why I'm asking about the young people. I would really like to see the young people getting.
Yeah, it was sharing around because I had the Maho Primary School, the Institute for the Arts. I started off that program. I did Grand Bay, I did Soufriere, I did Saint Joe, I did Dubla. I had 6 steel pans, you know. I still have my own panorama. But
hold on a while. Let's see if it's Fireman again. Good evening. But I suspect Fireman, you somewhere bad, you know. Try to, if in your house, try to go in another location.
Yeah, it's not sounding right now.
It's not sounding right at all. We want you like the steel pan. Fireman, you there first? Go, move still, continue moving and talk as you're moving. Wow.
You're getting worse.
Try again, Fireman. Try again. Sorry about that. Try again. So yes, Dave, you're saying that you had 16?
6. I had 6 groups working with. I still have my own panorama, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, line them up on the bayfront. First Caribbean that started off sponsoring me, you know. Yeah, but I had to leave and go overseas, so all that.
So what about coming back again to have the young people? Because I'm sure the parents who are hearing this tonight, a young lady called earlier on and said she wants to be trained.
Is the advantage. You see, at the time when I was doing that, at the time I was doing that, I was doing projects for the old mill. So I had the old mill yard as one. I could put my steel pan trailer for my float for the carnival. Like I had a place to store it. And then the pans from the old mill, I would use it, you know. So these are the advantages that I had.
We'll come back to that in a while. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, man. You have me up and running now.
Well, talk. Let's see what happens.
Boy, anyhow, but well, you know, Fireman to really call well and to me. You better know again.
Boy, I don't know what's wrong with your phone.
Your phone is bad.
I suspect you have to go to the provider and tell them give you a new phone.
I'm trying to call it, yeah.
Go ahead.
No, he called back. It's something terrible.
Yes, so go ahead. So you're saying that you don't have this
Yeah, well, you see, with the old mill, I had the yard at my advantage. So when I want to mount my float for the carnival, I would use the old mill, you know. I don't have to go and ask for permission to say Raymond right there with me. I could say Raymond I need the yard, whatever. And then the old mill had pans itself. So that's another major advantage I had. So I could, I could move on, I could do well the rest is sponsors, But that was the advantage I had, a place to work with and the tools.
So does the old mill presently still have the spans?
Well, I don't know. It's a while. It's years I haven't linked with them.
So you need to go back. As a young guy, I mean, he's a guy who has the energy and
very
happy,
energetic.
Yeah, would ready to work with you, I'm sure.
Yeah, well, I know Chad. We know each other for a while. I know he was doing it, but I haven't got no feedback as to where he is now presently. What.
Well, I'm sending a message out there to get you.
Yeah, well, you see, he has the old mill. He had his, like for instance, the time I did a workshop for Alo, and I had him to get the government to give us the stadium, and I used the pans from Mao. So that was an advantage. I had pans at the time, and we could get a location. But once not a fool, not a wise man can work without tools. So if I don't have tools, if I don't have pan, I can't do nothing.
Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, my lord.
Yes, I better.
You have me up and running now.
Better.
Yes, smooth man, smooth.
Like
nice.
Imagine good evening to Rivernick and good evening to the world. Boy, so glad it's a great man you have there because you know why that man there. He can tell you about me.
Hold on. Stop while Rivernick. Rivernick, I know your father was a great panist.
The great Kwapo.
Yeah,
my father
Did you play pan?
Boy, well and truly, you see, well and truly is the pan. I really love pan, but the thing is that now, my father is a man, you see, my father pan is just like he's stool in his leg, well and truly. Nobody can play blind to play that. That man loves it.
No, one thing, no, for real, you see steel pan, you see a man personal pan, you see me there?
No, I tell you.
Don't touch that, you in war with me.
My lord, this man, when you come to that man, pan, just.
No, don't touch my pan, you in war with me.
Hey, I telling you as man, and the boy wasn't easy, well and truly. But well and truly, none of us really never take the pan serious, man.
So Albert never played pan then?
It's Sinkije?
Yes.
Sinkije doesn't sing a college.
But let me tell you something. Tomorrow got spare. You're gonna hold on, fireman, hold on. Tomorrow afternoon, I'm sure that the partners at Scrunters going to give Mr. Fire. Not even a calypso you can sing.
I'm Swansea.
I'm sorry, Swansea.
Hey.
Boy,
just think of it. Picky. Don't think of it picky. You know, picky love his calypso the same way.
Yeah.
And every calypso picky would have. My father have to play the calypso for picky. You know that? You know what I'm telling you?
Yes.
So, naturally, you can see how long the vibe is there. But well and truly, now, what I saying there, Bob Dudley is a man, is a little while. You can look him there behind his back. If I look at Bob Dudley, you see, even the other day, they had a little pan thing. And they don't invite Bob Dudley, and I want to fire and that. They can check it well, a man like that. That man is not a teacher, that man is a headmaster now. And well and truly, I fought well, Mr. Joseph called on the program.
Yes, fireman.
Get your band. Yes. Because I know it's a group, it's a new one. I know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying, Bob Dudley? You know that? I thought Mr. Joseph now was going to get your band to get you up and running for next year for the carnival at least. We have a central pan band, so central. What I'm saying. We check.
Yeah, well, we can use him to help us pioneer that, We can have him to really 6 sponsors and see what he can do for us. Right, look, he's right there, so.
You know, my uncle
say a word first.
Putting in a little action now. So as soon as the action over, I think Putin will visit me soon. I'll get a paper.
Yeah.
So none of that paper coming, you up and running, my lord, trust me. But well and truly, but doubly, as man, all who are listening now, this man needs to get a band to really run his show, because I know that man is a teacher, that man is a headmaster. He cannot today in the business and he keep on teaching enough people well and truly. You know what I'm saying? So really and truly, to keep the man, not to say in age, what does he just 16 years, he's a young man.
You have one more to give us, You have one more to give us.
Which one again?
Oh no, I talk about Bob Dudley. Right. I said Bob Dudley. No,
he can't pack up on us.
Can't just pack up on us. You have one more to give?
No, Dudley just have to play the music.
Yes.
Anyhow, well and truly,
Fireman, you don't need to go in, man, fireman. Fireman.
Yeah, when I hear the program, I don't know that, you know, when I will call and tell you, boy, it have a man about Dudley. How come you look at that man on the phone? I really catch him. When I call, I check in what. But Dudley, that device there, my boy. Looking there every day when I find the Dudley, as man, you supposed to have a band. What he just tell you is the equipment in that, let's say, the instrument. He don't need the instrument called the let's say. You know what I'm saying? But anyhow, we have a great country, we have great people can do great things. But think you can't sing a calypso, you know, the panic and blame and give thanks. Up and running, fireman running, give thanks.
All right then. Boy, tomorrow Sinky J. Tomorrow Sinky J going to give his brother fire. Because all as we're speaking, I'm sure somebody called Sinky J already.
Oh yes, to tell him that.
You know what Fireman said? Fireman said not even a calypso
the man can play with. And you have so much style.
Well, you know what? Sinky J will burn him for fire by telling him, boy, not even a domino you can play much as to say do. Because Sinky J is a king in the domino.
I know he's a king in domino.
But you see, these things are important, you know, in terms of the culture, the arts, to let our young people have a feel of what there is for them to do.
Right.
Many times they say, oh, there's nothing for them to do, blah, blah, blah. But here it is, they have the steel pan. And Bob, I'm sure Bob D would be willing to really
impart the knowledge.
Get the knowledge to other young men and women, you know. I think for next year, let's do our best to see if we can get that, Bob. I think what we need to do, try to establish, like in the good old days, you used to have steel pan in various counties.
Right.
So you had one, as Charlie would have said, in Duns Yard. That's where the National Bank is.
Yep, right.
And as I'm saying, the National Bank should be able to get the history of the steel pan in the area and to actually laminate it and have it in the bank. So that when people come in, they can know that this place is the yard where steel pan actually started in Dominica.
Right.
So the land where the National Bank is, it's not just a place
for a bank. It's a culture.
It started the culture of pan started there, you know, and even the whole Lakou. Right now, that Lakou is the richest Lakou in Dominica.
There's a bank there.
There's a bank placed on that land. Right. In the good old days, Duns Yard, and yeah, the name, you know, Duns Yard. Today it's the Money Yard.
The Money Yard.
From the Duns Yard
to the Money Yard.
The Money Yard.
The National Bank.
The National Bank, you know. So I think somebody can go on a project and to get that information. Unfortunately, Mr. Andre has passed. Right. But I know that he has a son. We used to call him Pele. I think he's in the US, and I'm sure Pele would be able to give some information, or even Charlie himself. Charlie's a son of Mr. Andre, and really to see how we can get that information for that area, so people can know much more about the pan, because where the money is, people will follow, you know. And Bob D's trying to get one last song for us. Yeah,
that was a nice tune. Sparrow.
Sparrow did.
No,
killed the Sparrow?
No, it's not that one. No,
not that one.
No, I think it's Mara Jean.
Mara Jean.
No, it's coming up. Nanny Wine Down Low.
Yeah.
Nanny
Let's have
Wine Down Low.
Yeah, that's a nice one.
Nanny Wine. Nanny Wine.
Let's jam that.
You remember that song?
Yeah, man. Oh yeah.
Oh, Nanny Wine Down Low. Well, David, Bob D, Winston, pan instructor, pan builder, and pan tuner. And really tonight we got a treat from Bob D. Go ahead.
Bob D, it's all yours. We need in other words, they would say one for the road. We can't just go. We need one for the road.
Bob, you give us one for the road?
You know the tradition of
and
pan.
you know, Bob, what I'm going to do, although we have it live via our social media, I still would like, to do a video for you. I'm going to come across to do a video for you to do that last piece for us. Maybe I don't want to wait in vain again. I don't know.
No, I don't. I want him to give me something. During the pan is one for the road.
All right.
Brain.
Plenty girl.
A man.
Plenty girl have man. And acting like they single.
Single man.
Well, I will send the video for you that I just took for you. So, and with your lives, I'm not so sure what you're talking about. So you can talk on the mic. Let's see what you're saying.
Come on.
I'm not hearing what you're saying. So talk to us.
Talk to us.
Come take my camera and take a photo for me with my camera.
Oh, come take your camera and take a photo for you.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, we'll do that after. So,
Yeah.
and we will take a photo for you in a while. So give us your last words, and then after I'll come and do the photo for you.
All right. I would like to encourage most of the people that are interested to come forward, whether it's the old mill, whether anywhere. Yeah, at least give it a try, It don't have to be me, it could be the old mill charge somebody, but at least give this steel band a little thought, give it an approach, give it something. Yeah. I would appreciate that very much if the public would get interested into it, because that's the only instrument that come from the Caribbean, you know, and it should be appreciated all over the Caribbean, you know.
Yeah, well,
so I thank you all, both here and abroad, for listening to our program, you know. The great Cecil and the great Brain and myself, what a wonderful night we had there, I can say, yeah.
Well, I know I had a wonderful night.
well, let me say that in educational terms, we say you have exceeded expectation.
Oh my God!
That means I came to get something. When you told me you were coming, I said, "Wow, I wonder what it's going to give us." But I must tell you, have exceeded expectation. You did extremely well tonight. Your music, your repertoire was very good, excellent. It even soothed my spirit.
Yeah.
And many of the listeners who followed you via radio, you know, and whatever, Facebook, whatever, must have appreciated, and they did appreciate a great presentation tonight. Thank you very much.
Yes.
I know I did appreciate it, and tonight is a telling story of what Bob T can do. You have made many other people proud of not only the art that you have exhibited, but to know that Dominica still has pan players.
Yeah, man.
And we hope that it will not be the last that we'll be hearing of you at DBS Radio, and to really help in improving the lives of many other people, not just young, but people who would like to be involved. Now, tell them where they can find you. You have a number, tell them where they can find you if they want your number, if they want to get you, and if they would like to be trained by you.
Yeah, right. You have my number on you have my number with you?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, give it an advertisement one time. You're the studio man.
Boy, Bob,
give it a color in.
Bob, not easy, no, boy.
Give it a little color.
Give it some flavoring.
You have the great brain there with you.
Okay, for persons who want to talk to Bob D, his number is 285-7222. I suspect Bob do not know his number.
Yeah, man, I have that covered, man.
Call it again.
285-7222. Right.
You have like the brain to.
You have any email address?
Yeah, rhythm and steel. Rhythm and steel. Rhythm and steel 1 at gmail.com.
Rhythm and steel
at Gmail.
Rhythm and steel 1
at
gmail.com.
Yeah.
Well, a good partner of mine said that his name is Smokey. He's in the US of A. He said, awesome program. My first calypso was about pan.
Yes, my brother. I love that.
Let me ask you, Smokey, you can call me now. So before Bob leaves, you know, you can hear a line.
Who's that Smokey? Smokey by
Depex.
Yes.
Original Smokey.
Ponche.
Original Smokey.
Long time Smokey, boy.
Someone asked me if Nai is oil. Smokey's calling me. Let me see what's Smokey. Smokey, you're alive. I forgot. Yes,
original.
I
like that program, man.
Talk, brother, talk.
Talk to us. We want you to. We want. Go ahead.
So you remember when my first calypso in SMA, man? Clear the way for me now. This is a Smoky Festival. It was all about pan.
Yes,
You remember? Chocolate County and Fanta pan.
Yes, my brother. Yes, Yes,
What?
And then Alan John Baptist. Alan John Baptist was with Whitchurch. He was a pan man.
Mm-hmm.
He used to write for me too.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm a big.
He wrote for my uncle Venture as well too.
Venture was your uncle.
Yeah.
No, let me ask you. Can you put that song together again about pan? If you can remember the words.
Yeah, I have to put it together. I'll call you another time with that because
it
was like my first calypso in '81.
Wow. That's long.
In 81.
Yeah.
Yes, a long time.
It's 41
but
years.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely because I was a big pan lover, man. So big pan lover, man.
Thanks to know that, my bad.
You know,
You touched me that one. You touched me hard.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, try to put the words together. Let's see if we can get that, and we can see if we can put that on wax, as they would normally say in the good old days. You know, and it'll help them bring back the pan.
Bro.
All right,
Well,
thanks.
Tell Bobby doing a great thing, and I have his information.
Thank you,
I
Smokey.
definitely want to support his thing, man.
You're welcome
Definitely.
at any time. Trust me. I remember back in the days when you sing that Calypso Rosa was hot, you know, little man and woman all over the place. I can't forget that. You know, I must hit you below the belt before we go. I must hit you below the Smokey, you know that the Rosa I come out, you know.
All right.
Okay.
All right, Smokey. Thanks, man. Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, you have to get me on the program and for a full program, okay?
Yes, my brother. I'll call you one of these days. I think maybe in the next 2 weeks I'll have to try to get you on board.
Yes, I no problem.
All right then. Thanks. Yeah. Respect.
Good job, man.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yes,
All right. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So that former schoolmate of mine,
Right.
from Thibault,
And from
from
went to
the
your
Vickers
school.
constituency.
Yeah. Yes, man.
You know. So
Yeah.
really, tonight was a really good night.
It was a nice night.
Yes.
Good soothing music from the maestro, and we enjoyed it very much. The great
Yes.
maestro. When I saw the man on the step down there, man, where you were standing there playing your dominoes, what you call that area there?
We call it Eli.
That's my office.
Right, Eli.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I
but
saw him sitting on the step.
That's
there.
my office there. On the step. You can find me there.
Anytime.
And you have and you have Jolly's free internet, so online there, anything. That's my office. I don't pay no rent, no nothing.
So I saw him sitting there, and he told me he was coming. But I never knew, to be honest with you, that he was coming to do pan. I never knew. He told me he would be there tonight. And Cecil, I got more than I expected. Right? So I want to encourage you to continue playing pan and train the young people.
Est-ce qu'a jugé? Comment la vie t'est? Senti un petit chalet, mi soleil qu'a levé. Tant de mélodie, musique qui a chanté. Senti un petit vent douce, lever marcher ni pied. Senti liberté ni commencement la journée. Voyez un petit prière pour l'amour et la paix. Merci pour la vie et voyez un petit café. Sorti un petit kaila, paraît pour commencer. Fais un petit sourire pour commencement la journée. Commencement la journée. Chaque glow pour tes bras si d'eau. Les jardins à balayer la cour. Pour ces petits points, pas de travail pour rien, non. La vie de cacoa. Les enfants, pas au vin, pas de créa. Pour tuer au travail, yo. Puis on t'y beau. Il est belle, c'est pas vivre comme ça. Merci pour tes pour la journée. Boy, live here pour laver. Roulez au assis, wash là. Et après rester. Ouvert au assis, caïa. Quitte yo chercher. Fallait piler sorte là. Pendant la journée. Qu'est-ce qui a changé? J'allais d'eau quand t'es bois assis d'eau. Les jardins. La
Well, tonight was another good night, another brilliant night. Adams, I know that we are doing this for our listeners and our viewers to ensure that they understand not only communication but understand the media, because many times we just have the view that media is just about giving news, you know. This, what we just did tonight, is also part of news. It's basically looking at interest stories, and Bob D. David Winston give us some great human interest story here tonight, from the fact that he came from the Lakou. We know that growing up, when you hear the word Lakou, it was a tainted name, or something that we did not want to hear. When you hear the Lakou, you think of poverty, no toilets, no running water, long houses, mud, just poverty. Today, we have seen the graduation of the Lakou, as we always say, and that's why we take people like Bob D to give the sentiment of what the Lakou is like now today, to talk of his experience in the Lakou and where he has actually elevated himself. You heard it from Vado that he did well for the namesake of his mother and his father and uncle.
That's right. When I think about the Lakou, Cecil, I also think about the Kai Potter. I don't know whether you met that one.
Talking about Potters in Pottersville?
No, it's where the Pentecostal
Yes,
church is.
that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
There was this meal.
Right, they're still there. The mill is still there.
Yeah, so the church is
the Pentecostal church is where actually the Kai Porter was.
So the Kai Porter, I remember the below part of it.
Right,
you know?
and many persons live there.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, most of the people went to live in Fonkole.
Mm-hmm.
And I was in Fonkole today. And when I went to Fonkole, I went by a man they call Edo. I don't know whether you know Edo. He was a builder. And he lives at the end. You climb up the hill where a friend of mine used to be living, and then you go in the corner. And when I look at the houses, man, concrete homes in Fonkole now. When I used to go to Fonkole in the early days, was a lot of kaibwa. And the whole place has been transformed.
Well, you see, I too, growing up as a boy, had to go to Fonkole practically every Friday. Because my biological father lived in Fonkole, and I was sent by my mother every Friday to ensure that I visit my father.
You're hidden.
Hidden. To ensure that I visited hidden. So I would know what he's like, what he doesn't like, his language, and all of these things. So this was important, that we had to create that relationship. And you're so right. Fonkole was called, in the early days, Vietnam.
That's how I knew it.
Yeah, it was called Vietnam. And if you remember the war in Vietnam, versus the Americans, how they entrapped the Americans.
Right.
And caused them to lose the war. So when you enter into
you enter into
Fonkole,
an area, because you had characters there, Algie Mathy.
I don't want to use the word character, because sometimes people tend to think
persons,
the word character.
I mean,
people tend to use the word when they
loosely. Well, let me say you had individuals like Algie Mathy was there.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I passed his first home right on the flat there on the hill. Before I climbed the hill, I saw his original home, and he had another home higher up, and then he built another home. So I know, for instance, when I went there today, I said, "Wow, the whole area has been transformed, man." Concrete homes, man. There are one or two little wooden houses, but just a few. But the vast majority now are concrete homes.
I trying to remember. I remember going there, and when you entered into Fonkole, in the early days, there was this long house. Well, not long house, this plant banana shed. That's what woods I'm looking for, banana shed. Where the women of Fonkole, the women of Pottersville, and some other women around were carrying boxes on their head to the lighter to get to the gizboat.
Well, you saw them carrying boxes, but I saw them carrying.
Well, I saw them carrying bananas.
Bananas themselves.
Yes, I actually saw them carrying bananas in
to
the
put it on the lighter.
And they so actually have this kite paper, this whites with the red Dominica map. Well, wrong kite paper in white, and this wrong thing, and the Dominica map in the middle.
On it, yeah.
And I saw them with the bananas.
And they had their torchon.
The torchon. On the head.
And they have the banana running.
And they used to be given a token.
A token, that's
so every time they carry a bunch,
yeah,
they are given a token. So right there, where Domlek is Domlek has this place now.
Right.
There was the and on the other side, more north of the shed was Perry and Mr. Perry, O.J. Seraphin's father, shop, where I will never forget. That's where I bought my first Shirley biscuit. My father gave me 50 cents, and I bought my first Shirley biscuit by Perry. And you had Perry House, and then you had my cousins, the Del Sols, living right at the back.
Right.
As a fact, Del Sol mother was one of the ladies who actually carrying bananas.
Right.
All right. So the Del Sol, all of the Del Sols.
You still remember the father?
Yes.
Oh man.
After
with
all,
his donkey?
Yes. After all,
yes.
But I don't know. Was it Live Eclair? Where he had his garden?
He had his garden up the Live Eclair.
Yeah, I try to remember if it's Live Eclair.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah. And he saw that donkey and in his khaki pants. All his dashing. Yes, and coming down to Fonkole.
Yeah, man.
With his grey beard. Like how you have your own now. And Mr. Del Sol was a well-known man. In Fonkole.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, where the house is still situated there.
Standing, yeah.
Yeah, and now we've seen some more houses.
More than houses.
There was one or two other houses, I think, in that same area. Then you would have my auntie who lived on this high. My auntie was one of the persons who had a block house.
Okay.
Because she was selling bread. My Fibs is called my Fibs.
I know her.
That's my auntie.
All right.
And she was one of the persons that would have had a block house in those days. And then, my father was living on Glasgow Road in a wooden house. So I can tell you, in Fonkole, when you mention that you're going to go to Fonkole, people were wondering whether you had good head.
You're right.
It was not considered a prime estate.
Oh boy.
In Roseau. Because Fonkole was always part of Roseau. So it was not considered a prime estate. Even when we look at Gotha, some people may not be aware that Gotha was actually earmarked for a cemetery. Remember that?
Oh yes, Catholic cemetery.
It was earmarked for was it Catholic cemetery?
Yeah, the Catholic cemetery. I went there myself with the priest.
I know it was earmarked for the cemetery. And when I became mayor, I named, for persons who may not know, but I named the community center after the first person who ventured to live in Gotha, Mr. McDowell. So Mr. McDowell was the first person. So for anyone who sees the building, I'm always trying to get people to move away from saying the Gotha Community Center and to say the McDowell Community Center, so they will understand the history. So people who are hearing that might be hearing that for the very first time.
He was the first man.
But he was the first man to decide that he was going to venture on the land and to build. I think they'll already bury one or two people in that area. I think subject to correction.
No, they had never buried anybody.
Nobody never got buried.
No, because those people went up there like the Mr. McDowell.
Yes.
Because they said the land was too clay and too waterlogged.
Right.
So it will not be able to hold the dead.
Right. And so Gotha themselves, the link, Fonkole, Gotha. You didn't want to venture in Gotha.
No.
Because many of the people who moved away from Fonkole came to live in Gota. And that was one of the cause of the rebirth or the birth of the housing project in Bath Estate by Patrick John. So people may not know that. So Gota, people from Fonkole, people who were younger and so on, living in their parents' home and so on, wanted to have their own place.
Yeah, so they went to Gota and squatted.
So they went to Gota and squat. So Fonkole was a squatted area like that of Gota. And so when I went to school, I remember passing in those areas there to go to my, as I said, to my father's place, or when I make my two back to get cane to go up Glasgow. And so when we look at the graduation of Fonkole,
oh yes, boy, he has graduated.
When we look at the graduation of Fonkole, I am saying so, and I wish people could see. I'm getting goosebumps.
Oh yes, it is graduated.
Because I know where Fonkole was.
I know where it was myself.
I know it was a slum. I know many people did not want to visit or to even go to Fonkole. Because yes, you had dreads all about the place, but the Fonkole people were considered to be more than dreads.
Oh man, more than dreads.
I remember that incident that occurred in Fonkole where a police officer was called for his death. The brother of Danny Luge, former parliament representative of the Rosa North constituency. He was a police officer.
He was shot.
He was shot.
Dead up there.
Yes, he was shot
in the Glasgow Road.
In the Glasgow Road. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yes.
He had a girlfriend, I think.
Yeah, she's still alive.
She's still alive.
I wouldn't call her name.
I was about to call her name, but
don't call her name.
I won't call her name. You know, nice, beautiful woman.
Oh, she's still alive.
Long nose.
Oh, she's still there. She looks good.
She must have been from Loda, right?
Yeah, from Loda. She's from Loda. She
Right.
lives there now.
Beautiful woman, man. Beautiful piece of woman. As
oh
a
yeah.
boy
Oh
growing
my
up,
God. All the boys wanted her.
But this guy had this girl.
Yeah.
And he was called to his death, basically.
Yeah.
You know, and that's how the Fonkole community was.
They had shootouts, many shootouts.
Right, there are many shootouts. Marijuana. I mean,
you just name it.
Just name it. And when today we look at Fonkole,
oh man,
if you take a ride to Glasgow,
the road
above,
oh man.
And to, I think maybe someone want to help us to in that discussion.
Beautiful.
Let's see what the person have to say. Good evening to you, caller. You're live.
Good evening, Cecil.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Lufa.
Cecil.
Yes, sir.
I'm there listening to you and my good friend, the Brain. And it brings me back to memory. Cecil, you see a lot of the things you all are doing.
Yes.
And that is why I will agree with the Prime Minister when he talk about we should teach civics at school. You know? Because if we don't tell our children about those things there, that will be lost. I just called you to mention another place that the children who attended the grammar school now doesn't even know about, and it is called Cowtongue. Cowtongue.
Yes.
I'm sure you remember that one.
Yes, oh yes. Out of the dung of Cowtongue,
right?
Yes. Will come a new edifice.
Yes. They used to throw rubbish there.
Yes.
And so on, right?
As a labas.
So I think what you're doing there, bringing back the history, is tremendous. I myself do my little piece when I go and teach, you know, and tell the children, because if you don't tell them the history, they'll be lost. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. He's right. Elking Henry said, out of the dung of Cowtongue will come an edifice that Dominicans would be proud of, and that was the construction of the Dominica Grammar School.
Yes. And so, well, when we look at what Fonkole has become, we need to compliment first the people for having that faith in themselves. For those who actually stayed there and took the battering and took the shame, and when someone says Fonkole sa sorti we or Fonkole you go in Fonkole,
man.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
It was like as if the people of Fonkole had leprosy.
Yeah.
You couldn't venture into Fonkole.
No, you couldn't.
Because it was a stigma. The stigma. And we're talking about the graduation?
Oh man, this is modern graduation.
Talking about the graduation?
3-story buildings, we say. Three-story buildings
and
up
we
there.
can go back and massage this thing and look at the vision of Roosevelt Skerrit when he said, I am willing to give you these people who are living in Fonkole, who squatted this land in Fonkole, who government could have said, we have had enough, ask you to leave. But what did they do? Sold it to the people for $1 a square
and
foot.
Cecil, that is view, eh? When you're up there, man, I went by Edo, and that view is spectacular. Ocean view, man.
My brother,
Ocean
in
view.
California and those places, if you have that type of view,
that's ocean view.
You
man.
are a rich guy.
Oh, you're rich. When you're up there, you're rich. You're rich. The view is spectacular.
And so just the purchasing of this land for $1. So if you have 3,000 square foot, you can purchase at $3,000. You could take that piece of land and go to the bank and build what you are seeing to
collateral, man. Oh yes. I mean, transform the house.
That was vision. Rather than saying, oh, they don't support you, oh, these people are second class or fifth class, or whatever you want to call
Let me
them.
give you an indication. Edo, I calling his name. He came from living in rent down in the Betong area there. And when I went to see my friend up there, Max Andrew, the man has how many houses, you swear the man have an empire there, The man is like a prince, with the amount of big buildings he have there. That's tremendous, man.
Oh yes. I think the only thing that was required to have been done is the road network in terms of I shouldn't say the road network. I should rather say the structure of the way the roads are built. Let's go to the telephone quickly. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, brother, again. Fireman touching base again. Just let me tell something, Mr. Bray. You saying something about Foucault here, and I'm telling you that is very important. That's why I say, my Lord, I have to call the Prime Minister of Rivernica, the Honorable Prime Minister. That's why fireman call him all boss. People can say what they want. You know what I'm telling you? Because really and truly, based on what you're saying there, it's because of the type of struggle it is. And don't forget, 15 and 16 years out of school, right? Life was very difficult, not for a fact. You know what I'm saying? And really and truly, at a certain time, in my time now, Foucault used to have some big football league.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
You know your family and Jay. That man was a worker. That man was a strong worker. And I'm a photo labor, right? But that was my brother for life. I love that man. That man really and truly, and Jay, he passed away, right?
Yeah, he passed away. He was a strong
Andre Del Sol.
Andre Del Sol, that's it. Now you had Mr. Tilong, that the teacher told that one of my teachers same way. You get Glenn Yard. Even Rose enough for them, and they have a lot of great people come from Foucault. And you have a lot of men well educated in Foucault. Even right now you have a great man Nati. I have a lot of them I can talk about. You have Kent. You have a lot of people in Foucault as well up there. You have a lot of family up there as well who did. You know what I'm saying? But well and truly, when you think of it well and truly, that is the greatness of the great Prime Minister in this country. And another thing before I roll out again, I heard the brother when Bosley run out. You watch it with Mr. Joseph and Mr. Brown, you don't realize well and truly, 3/4 of Rivernica people, they're foreign. When you watch it, we not die, they die.
Yeah,
get it straight.
Yeah.
I tell you now, think of it, Brother Joe. That's when you see somebody come and telling us now, somebody out of our country do in our country, serious problem, my brother. Even Rosalie alone, you care too much to mention. You talk about Gulus, I know for myself in my time, I know for a fact, they out of this country. And if you see they have to come to our country, the resources will be one of the greatest again. Anyhow, I'm listening.
Thank you.
This is a great program.
Yeah.
Give thanks for life.
Yeah. So when we looked at Fonkole and we made mention of Gota community, people consider them as, if I can say, destitutes.
Yeah, but they see what they've done.
Very poor, not just on the border, poor, but on the borderline. They were very poor. we know that these people were looked down on. Nobody wanted to go in Gota and figure out any crime that happened is in Gota.
Yeah.
After Fonkole, then they target Gota.
Right, Gota.
I want us to remember that, you know.
Yeah.
Some of us tend to forget.
And look at the houses, some of the houses they have in Gota.
When they stopped targeting Fonkole,
you go to Gota.
They targeted Gota. Who was living in Gota? The ordinary man who was trying to live a life for themselves to help their family and their loved ones.
Right.
And we know of administrations that made promises that they were going to remove them. And that's why I tell you, God we serve.
But you would know because you used to be the mayor, you know.
Not before I was mayor, long before I was mayor. You know what I'm saying? And that is why I saw myself as really part of Roseau North, because I understood their many struggles. And that's why when I was given the opportunity in 2005 to stand for them, as given the opportunity to be the parliamentary representative, I fell short, but I took the opportunity because I knew what these people stood for, what they want and where they wanted to go. And today I am very proud. Because when in those early days, you talk about marijuana, you will not think about Santa Roma, you know.
You go to Gota.
And maybe many people in Santa Roma was involved in marijuana.
You go to Gota, man.
You go to Gota and you go to Fonkole. If you're talking about a raid for drugs, where you think you were going? Today,
yeah.
These people have made us as a people of Dominica proud. I really say that from deep down from my heart.
And I know you're saying that, yeah.
Because when Olibla, I should say, started the process of the Deepwater Harbor, it was criticism upon criticism.
Yeah.
But he saw the prime land. Good evening to you, caller, your life.
Good evening, and how are you? Very good program.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Thank you.
Before the women used to carry the banana in boxes, they used to carry them in bunches.
Yes.
Yeah, we said that, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I didn't hear that.
Yes, yeah, we said
that. There are times when there used to be snakes
yes, true.
in the bunches of bananas.
Wow. Yes, true.
I know that because my mother was a carrier and I used to go down the street and with a company during the night.
Oh,
yeah, snakes used to be in them, you know. And rats. And rats.
Snakes, and a lot of snakes. I was no easy task.
Wow.
No easy task. You're right, but
and that's why I'm trying to talk about. That's why I'm trying to get people to understand our graduation, yeah, caller.
Mm-hmm.
Because people tend to think, and especially maybe you don't blame them because our parents or the generation that should have taught them or told them about it didn't.
No.
And so I feel it's of great importance
to teach them,
to tell people that we did not just come where we are.
That's right.
You know, we evolved.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, let's look at Pottersville, where you came from.
Mm.
Look at Pottersville, where you came from. Close to where you came from, Lakou Philip.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, people know what Lakou Philip was.
Macadam on the road, palm trees on the side.
Well, I walk on Macadam.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, caller.
Thank you, caller.
No, welcome.
Steve Street had Macadam. Ghana Shillingford was the one who was driving the roller. But I walk on dirt road when we built our house in Stibber Street. And then we started getting macadam. So people don't know. In fact, most of the land there was potato and cane. And gradually people, all where you seeing Santa Roma up there, that was skin, you know, potato, you know, Jean de Patat.
As a matter of fact, when you lived in Central Roseau and you had to go to Goodwill, people thought it was the next part of Dominica.
Right. And just simply going to watch a football match. When you came down from Lindo Park, you passed down the track and
cross the river.
And steps you're going down, you know.
Yeah. No. Before steps. Because
track.
I helped to build the steps.
Yeah, but tracks.
I remember that. I helped to build the together with David, Kelvin David and the likes.
Right.
So I know.
It's tracks.
So there was tracks.
Right. Horsey Willie.
More tracks. You had Horsey Willie on the other side.
On the other side.
You know what I'm saying? And then you had to cross. And not only cross, one of the things that we have forgotten is, when you graduate, some people don't know where they came from. You remember in those days that wall that Mr. Loblack built. Mr. Loblack was the builder of that wall.
We can use it was the Kakatoe.
It was the Kakatoe. it was the latrine toilet. Every part of the wall. So even when you crossed the river, you would be welcomed by a Lokaka.
Yes, that's right. Using the local language.
Yes.
We're talking Lakou language.
Yes, talking the Lakou language. We would be welcomed by a Lokaka.
Definitely. Men would have their rear exposed.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's no longer and not just by the stadium, all along
going
the
up
river
to the
bank.
grammar school, going up to the grammar school. Oh man, that was you put like a piperit or some penway on a branch there.
And guys would use stone. And guys would use stone.
On your stone and your newspaper.
And a newspaper.
And you have to remind it.
Not newspaper, brown paper.
You were that.
Brown paper. You know what I'm saying?
You go down memory lane,
where presently we have the kapak was mulch.
Correct.
And thank God to Kwapo. Kwapo came there and squat.
Yeah, Reverend father.
You check. Squatted that area there and built his little house. And I'm sure fireman might even come and help us.
Stinky J was there.
And Stinky J, fireman himself lived on the river bank, on the northern side of the river bank.
That's correct, Cecil.
And other people came and reside
and squatted there.
And squatted that same area. Today, vehicles parked there. We now seen vehicles going up to go to the hospital area, and nobody
just take it for granted.
Even dare remember that there was
what was there.
No road once upon a time.
No road.
Then there came the house has been built. I think I'm not so sure if it's Lee Blanc or Patrick John. Some houses on the side,
right? Where our great friend Chickaboom
lives. And then what happened in the process? They created a small road so that they could get access to their homes. Good evening to you, caller, your life.
Yes, that's the fireman.
I know you must call.
You must call, man. We hit you, man, below the belt, man.
Yes. Hear me a little bit now. You see what really happened now? My father used to be at Goodwill, they call the Kwapo City, where the president of this area. You know what I'm saying? So now, from there now, they send my father to Stock Farm, but my father is a president, so my father couldn't work here at the international wheelchair. So Mamu said that, true, he's a president, and that man is a man, that man is a king, man, you can't make a man suffer. So Mamu said she's going to put him by the river to stay. You know what I'm saying? Right? So when Mamu put him by the river now, she used them prisoners to give him his road. Yours. And now some people come around the area because they realize he is out there. So they come around the area. But when you say about the shooting department, eventually, there was an international toilet for everybody, both sides.
Oh, yeah, international, right. I like the way you put it.
International toilet, I tell you, get it straight. That was I tell you, my lord, we see that prime minister, where people can say what you want, We have to give that man enough praises and respect, All who hate him, that is all the problem, But you see, me, fireman, boy, that's why I don't say still, for a fact, always say I'll never sustain it. Poor people, children, we suffer, no different ways and form. No with all the time. Take all your education serious. Know all your purpose. Know all your value. Keep away from drugs and violence. Focus, stuff from gutter. All of what I want to know. Take life serious. Education is the space right now. We cannot make use of intervention. It's because of opportunities there. Take this opportunity up and know what you go through, Because that's all the same thing I working on my brain. That's why you see me, I clean like a whistle, I shoot like a one, that's the cat what they want my tongue hot. Nobody can because I know what I go through and I know what I do. That's why I never practice certain things. Because I see light. When tell you something, if you have to talk to him, too much to mention, because I need to know for a fact. Enough a man dressed in jacket and tie. and come out in good house, well educated. You know, they probably run junk and dishonor me today. Fireman never in the position there, you know. I'm happy for that. I beg Dick, I know they could do better. But because of this so concerned, man lose themselves and forget themselves. But we can do better. That's why them young today, my Lord, as I say again, take all your life serious. Know all your value, know all your purpose. Respect all your parents. Respect all your teacher. We can be doctor, lawyer, scientist, like all them fellas that think they is what they want to do and them alone could be it. Now is all the time to shine. And now is all the time to shine. And I love what happened in our country, and we have to continue doing what we are doing. We do it in our country. You know what I'm saying? But really and truly, my as I say again, we have a great country, and it's every one of us have a responsibility to build our country and our people. And we have to get ourselves together. And all overseas, I can help and do what you have to do. My Lord, I love all you. Continue to what all you have to do for your country. Give thanks for life. Stay positive. Stay balanced. Up and running again. Fireman running. Give thanks.
Thank you very much, Fireman. You know, and sometimes, and thanks God, I born a long time, as we normally see. So I can have a greater appreciation for what I'm seeing. The transformation of our beautiful Dominica.
Yeah, man.
I mean, we were just talking about Lower Murphy's Lane there. I mean, we know the condition that these people live there.
Yes.
Yes, they were by the river. Yes, they could get water to bathe. But what about running water to drink and and those things there?
Yeah, thank God.
I mean, these people survived to tell a story, many.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we mustn't just take those things for granted.
No, we have to chronicle them.
When we look at Pong,
another area.
I remember Pong. Eugenia Charles had indicated to the people of Pong that she, and it's strange enough that in that time that the owners of Pong were willing to give the government the land, compared to right now where so much more negotiation has to be going into to get the lands. And you'll remember that the Roseau Mixing Fan School was where, on Cock Street, where these apartments are, and the then government at the time built a smaller school in Gardens. Right now it's Ministry of Health. Mm-hmm. Built that place in Gardens for students. I remember people opposing the idea, but the government still built it. Mm-hmm. And it stayed there for many years until they built the school in Baffin State.
Yeah.
But the point I want to make is that the people of Pong was promised by the then administration of the Freedom Party headed under Dame Eugenia Charles. Were told that they would be moved and would be placed in a number of apartments. And also they would build some apartments, I think, in Baffin State. And we never saw that aspect of it in terms of the people of the Pong area moving so that whatever the government would have done for the development of the Pong area would have happened. But we saw the building of the financial center in that area. And we have seen since then Roosevelt Skerritt administration taken a greater percentage of that area for the development of the city of Roseau. I'm saying all of this to talk about the graduation of Roseau. When you and I grew, we knew more people were living in Roseau.
Well, when I grew up in Roseau, not only more people were living in Roseau.
Sorry, you talk after.
Go ahead.
Good evening to you, caller, your life.
Yes, good evening to Cecil and Mr. Adams.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening, my brother.
I want to ask you a question. There's something spectacular that happened on Fokole. Can you fellas remember what that was?
What year?
78.
78. I spoke about the incident of the police
Not that, yeah. Oh, even as mentioning that, John Roseland paid for that. His body was found in a precipice.
Well, I'm not so sure about John Rose. No, his body was not found in a precipice. His body was found by Maho in the.
He was arrested. He was arrested
this Saturday. He was arrested this Saturday morning by the Carib Cinema and was found dead. I think the same day. Down in the
in the precipice down. Come to me. Up.
Not come to me.
Yes. Yeah.
Come to me.
Above, come to me. Rodney's Rock area.
Rodney's Rock area, but not come to me because there's the guy from
just below there.
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm trying to remember.
What spectacular took place in Fonkoli?
Boy, so many things happened in Fonkoli, boy.
I know. Okay, I'll only remember that. Hurricane David. What happened in Hurricane David, Fonkoli? Only can remember that almost every house in Fonkoli had gone. A few houses.
That is 79. You tell me 78.
79. Sorry, yes.
You tell me 78. Yeah, right. Yes, there was no house.
And you can remember the spectacular thing about that was. You know what that was?
All the houses were rebuilt.
No. That happened long after. But immediately after Hurricane David, all the houses gone. What replaced them? Okay, look at there. You can remember
tent.
Go ahead.
Tent, blue tents.
No. Everywhere there was a house, there was a fridge or a stove standing there. A new fridge or a new stove.
I can't remember that.
I know what you want to drive at. People went into the storerooms and
so people take things by stuff and then they bring and they put on their lot, but there was no house. So when you drive in past Fonkoli, all you see is a white fridge standing.
I can't remember that one. That one I can't remember.
I can't remember.
Some places had two. They had a fridge and a stove and them kind of things.
All right.
Yeah, man, that was spectacular because when you're driving going down my
you used to see that, yeah.
Yes, man. Anyway, guys,
Take care. Yeah.
Boy, so much things happen, boy.
Yes.
Boy.
So, you was making your point.
No, I'm saying that in Roseau, especially in the area, women would be washing their clothes. Young boys and young girls would be bathing to go to school. But I find it very spectacular now. I am not seeing any young boys and girls bathing in the Roseau River anymore, like we used to do when we were growing up. Apparently, it seems to me that they have their bathroom at their home.
Everybody.
And they have their washing machine.
I remember even living at Bath Estate in the days, early 80s, late 70s, early 80s, having to go to school, high school. That every morning we had to find ourselves going to
bathe in the river,
cold river water. Had to go and bathe in the river.
Of course,
every morning.
It's like 7 o'clock.
And then later on we saw the construction of some houses built by the Freedom Party. So where we normally would have passed, all that was blocked and they had to use another avenue to get. All that time, after the housing scheme, there was pipe-borne water, but we only got water at 2 o'clock in the morning. I want people to remember that. People my age.
Bath Estate?
I'm telling you, when I lived in Bath Estate, in the late 70s into the 80s, maybe even to the early 90s.
Water only comes at 2 o'clock?
We got water in the early parts of the morning, like 2 o'clock. So there's a place higher up by Joe Kentish, where he lived, by Sonny Shop.
Mm-hmm.
There was a standpipe. And we had to find ourselves in the mornings to go get water. I tell you, in the 80s, as far as the early 90s.
Wow, standpipe.
We had whatever for water, but water wasn't coming to our homes. And we had to, as I said, every morning. So you live in Bath Estate and your parents had to wash in the Bath Estate River. And as children, we had to go help them carry the basin
with the clothes.
So ever so often, my mother would say every hour or every 45 minutes, you had to come to get a low.
Clothes when she wash.
A low of clothes. I'm trying to look for the English word.
Okay.
A basin of clothes.
Right. Well,
to bring home. So normally they would make the clothes dry on the stones, and then
you carry it to your home.
Carry it to the home, and your mother would open it and so on. So we had to do that. There was nothing called washing machine.
But you know another thing I'm not seeing, Cecil, I hardly see it now. The lines where people hang their clothes. Do you see that? Where you have the line with the wire and they put it out. What I suspect now.
Some people still do.
Yeah, but not many.
Yeah, not many. But
because it seems to me they have their washing machine with their dryer.
Yes, but some people still do. So yes, Bath Estate, we found ourselves having to get up early in the mornings to get
take
water.
your bath.
If anybody from Bath Estate listening to me, they can call and
verify
it. And the other thing about it is, our roads, I cannot remember, to be quite honest with you, but all in the 80s, our roads were very bad. Bestows was a common thing.
The road network.
No, the road network was fine.
But in terms of
the infrastructure of the roads were bad. Very, very bad. And also, we were playing soccer on the road and cricket ourselves on the road, but we were just brave.
But hold that thought. I was in he called it Hillsborough Street, and I remember fellas playing cricket in the road and football in the road.
I did that too.
But Cecil, I was by Sele today, and I was saying to myself, but nobody can play cricket and football in the road anymore. The number of vehicles I'm seeing there.
As a matter of fact, when I grew, maybe you too, we could play a test match on a Sunday on Cock Street, on Kelly Avenue, on Hillsborough Street. Let me just tell you where the stadiums were. So we had one for football by Cellar area, by the Carams area there. In Kelly Avenue, you used to have it by Arlene, by Arlene, where the doctor has a shop there, where the doctor has an office there, where Carol has a restaurant. In that area, Caroline, has a restaurant right there. The Kelly Avenue area. Kelly Avenue had 2 blocks. Down where I'm speaking about and higher up, closer to the Windsor Park. And on Hillsborough Street by Diane Peters, on Riverbank, you used to have it where the bus terminal is right now. So we had a number of our own stadium. so what you'd find is guys would challenge guys to play each other. So nothing like Windsor Park. Windsor Park was for the graduated ones, the big guys. So when you reach maybe 17, 18, you now have to go to the Windsor Park to play basketball or to play football. Because when as a boy you go there, the big boys will tell you that that's not your place.
You can't play.
So we had our own places that we used to play our own soccer and football. Sorry, soccer and cricket. And yes, you're correct.
No, because I was telling the guy, Baben's son, but wait a while now. You all guys cannot play any cricket there anymore. He said, what are you talking about, Bird? Nobody can do that now. Too many vehicles.
Paben's son would have remembered that because he's old enough to know that.
Yeah.
So the only thing that we used to be careful of is Karam's glass. Outside of that, because we used to play lower down, from Karam's area, more or less by Bala and them.
By Bala, right.
Right, on Cock Street, by the Shillingford area.
By having Shillingford there.
Right, having Shillingford used to be living there, I think, at that time.
Yeah, I remember.
So that's where we used to play cricket.
But Cecil, no man can play that.
So you find that Kenny Avenue would challenge Cock Street, or Virgin Lane would challenge Fields Lane, and we had our days to play our sports on a Sunday.
Can you do that in Roseau anymore?
Today you can no longer do that. Those days, we are going to think about breaking glass. Everybody window was made of wood. It will bounce. The only thing I used to have problem with is there are some grown people like Ma Hilma in Cock Street. When your ball go in her yard, there's no upakata pay. She have to give you a long sal before you get it. That's what it was. Let's go back to the telephone. Someone wants to interact. Good evening to you. Caller, you're live. Good evening, caller.
Mr. Joe and my friend Win.
Hey, the professor boy.
Barry,
what a disappointment. Just to divert a little bit.
Yes.
What is wrong with West Indies now? Yeah, what is wrong with us now? Even Scotland beating us.
According to a certain commentator, you would fire from top to bottom.
Netherlands until it's beating us. Football they playing. Everybody just beating West Indies now.
I have some Indian friends over here. They say India going to be. They have to come to town on Saturday to see the game. But the game will be finished in 3 days because they're walking on the road in territory. They say you have to come to town because only one day every Saturday, but you won't see any cricket because the game will be finished in 3 days.
Wow, 2 innings in 3 days. Wow.
Yes, because the Indian team is solid, you know. But I want to give a little aspect of Roseau. There was a place where you went by the garden there, what they call Under Power.
You bathe there, Barry?
You bathe there, Barry?
By any chance you went and bathe there?
Under Power.
You bathe there?
Yeah, you bathe there? I bathe there.
Because remember, we used to come for teachers training in Roseau in O'Brien.
Yes. By the university there.
Right, so we used to come. Roseau Girls School, that were our base. You know.
What do you mean when you say Roseau Girls was your base? What do you mean?
That's where all teachers met for training, man.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Because you can remember they used to give teachers seminar every July, August.
Yeah, July, August. Yes, you're
and
right.
And Roseau Girls School, that's where we met Kereblo, we met all the.
So when all you came there, all you stayed in Roseau, all you boarded in Roseau, or what?
We stayed in Roseau, of course. But remember, from Salivia to thing, it's truck that I have, and those trucks doesn't come to town early, you know, right? And you have to be at your thing 8 o'clock every morning, because a whole week or 2 weeks seminar, you know.
All right.
You have to stay in Roseau. So we used to go across, pass through the gardens and go and be Under Power.
All
you
right.
know. And then in Roseau now, I can remember, Brian, there was a car, 242, and an old green Fritton truck, higher 710. But apart from that, there was no other vehicles again, you know. It was more bicycles and bikes that I had.
Yeah,
and police used to have some old black jeeps, and public works used to have some yellow and black jeeps, you know.
Wow.
So these were the only vehicles in Roseau. All man Jack used to have bicycles.
Bicycle boy. Tell them that bicycle they had, yeah.
Bicycles and you had a car 242
and later on they get the Mokes and the Austin.
Yeah, the little Mokes.
Can you imagine those who only have 2 vehicles and bicycle man riding bicycle up and down?
Right, and you're going to lead in pit hole to go to Carib Cinema in the morning.
Yeah, you're going to fight in the pit hole to
Yeah.
go and watch your movie. Seven Brides for Seven Brothers.
You have money to pay house. How is bourgeois? But little pit you pay your little shilling and you go inside there. You know.
See how Dominic has graduated, eh? He's right, you know.
But not only that, you know, Barry, as you say that, today a teacher at the Lakou territory can come down to town every day if there is a training session.
Yeah.
Every day.
And go back.
They don't need to sleep.
All of them have their cars now.
That's the point I'm making. That's the point I'm making. Everyone has his or her car now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Because when you see school finish on Friday afternoon in Sarabia, I have to head for Concord and to get a truck. Because Monday morning by then, Mr. Stevens and them on your chest.
Wow.
And you have to be at the Roseau Girls School front door, you know. You know that?
Boy.
And then when I started teaching, when my salary was $37.50.
Wow. $37.
What year was that? 1960?
I started 1st February 1959.
1959.
Yes. $37.50.
Your salary?
Right? Yes. And then at that time, no, you have to give your mother at least all the money.
Hold that thought. You know now I find, Cecil, that when children, teachers get their salary, especially when you leave high school, you know those children doesn't give their mother any money.
Well, you only give
You
me
can't do that, boss.
my mother gave me a volley as at the Royal Bank. And my mother gave me a volley because I didn't bring the money. And I never realized the lady knew the bank was getting paid every 2 weeks.
She would lick on you.
And on Friday she asking me the money. I check what money is that? My mother looks on me.
No, but Mr. Barry, it is amazing that I find that children who go to work do not bring any money for their parents. Most of them.
No, man.
But your mother put the first salary I got as a teacher was $90.
I got $37.50 range.
You know I had to give my mother only $90, boy.
You have to give them all, and then
I had to give my mother only a big man like me, 21 years. The woman watching me, she know I draw. I have to give her only $90. You can do that now, Cecil.
What brain remember? I just have to feed you know. You check? Wash your clothes, feed you. You know what I mean?
But children living at their mother's home now, and they're not even giving their parents a $5.
What you was
and the
still
parents
living at
feeding
our
you.
grandmother's home, and you have to give them money, and then they will give you your share. You know?
So you imagine, Cecil, your mother watching you, boy. You don't bring
remember
money.
I tell you, remember I said that is that cooking the food to give you know, right?
And you know what that did for us, Barry? When we got married as men, we took our monies and brought it home to the wife.
Well, you have
That's
to,
what he taught us.
Yeah, you have to.
You have to. But remember that time you starting having children, you know.
Yes.
to feed, right?
Right.
Although things are not expensive like before. Like now, what before a pound of sugar maybe 50 cents, a shilling bread, plenty bread. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it is different now because as you rightly said, times have changed. Cecil, to complete. You know, this week is 120 years since the establishment of the Carib Reserve at that time.
Wow, 120 what?
120 years. Wow.
120 years.
Wow. Good
And then we were under the governance of the Leeward Islands, you know. Eskishpel and so on and so on. So they marked the place.
How have you found the Carib Reserve or the Kalinago territory? No. Because as a young teacher, you had to be doing all your walking and sleeping in bush. Sometimes when you come in, to come to Roseau, you had to sleep in boxing plant.
Most people before now bring out Jupa, you know. Jupa.
What all you had?
Kaibwa.
Jupa?
Jupa, no. A Jupa, no.
Nickel house.
A Jupa, Kaipai.
Yeah. With mud house.
On Kaipai, you saying?
Kaipai, Jupa, no.
So you live in that then, Barry, at one
I
time?
lived in a Jupa. I lived in small wooden houses, you know. And so now everybody now have a whole house, you have a road, you have pipe water, you have light. Lights came in 87, water in 98, you know.
Water in 98?
You get water in the Carib Reserve in 1998?
98, yes. Pipe on.
And light in 1987?
Lights 1987.
Wow. So what all you were using? Buzaina?
Well, before you have a liquor shop, you have a kerosene fridge, you know, and you can have a lantern, or sometimes you could get a gas lamp if so desire, you know, because you have to have light in the shop, and of course candles, kerosene lamp, you know. So these things are the common things. But now everybody have light at their home, their washing machine.
And you know what? We take that for granted.
Very granted.
Can you imagine?
But people themselves help themselves too, as I say.
Yes, for sure.
Come on, people hide their little money, build their house, you know. because when children start to come big, everybody want a big house.
Yes, that's correct.
Because everybody, but now the big house become empty because all the children go out everything.
I like that.
Because you have a big one.
I have a big house
and your big house empty now.
My wife, they and all the children are away.
Big point you say about so your big house you have in the Caribbean, in the Kalinago territory, now empty because everybody go, everybody travel overseas.
You take all you can eat America and Sigatuatu.
Yes, I.
Yeah. So you see, it is all well and good to build a big house when you start a family. But when the children graduate, they don't want to have a big house again, you know.
Can you imagine?
They're gone.
So you and your wife alone.
And in our time, some of us stayed home 35, almost 40 years.
But yes, go on home yourself.
You marry at your mother home.
You marry at your mother home. You set your mother home, boy, your children. No, this from the time the child reached 21, 22 years.
21?
They're leaving you.
From the finish college, you're going.
21? Maybe you come and say 12, right? You
are late.
Why?
And sometimes they can turn back on you, but sometimes you don't even know where they are, you know.
Yes.
Wow.
So interesting. Times have changed, man.
Yeah,
man.
Thanks, man, Barry.
Thanks, Barry.
So to come back to the cricket now.
Okay, yes.
Quickly.
The test match in Roseau will be the 99th test match between West Indies and India. 99.
How many?
99.
Okay.
West Indies have won 30. India have won 22 and 46 drawn.
Wow.
Yeah. And the one in Trinidad will be a 100th test match. It will be historic.
We should have gotten the historic one, boy.
Wow.
The one in Trinidad will be 100.
100 years between India and West Indies.
100 years.
West Indies at 130.
Whilst you're there, let me just tell you what. Let me name this test squad for you. That's coming to Dummy.
I'll be happy to hear it.
Rohit Sharma, the captain.
As the Indian?
Yes.
Yeah.
Shuman Gill.
Shubman Gill, yeah.
Ruturaj Gaikwad.
Right.
Virat Kohli.
Master.
Yashwiv Jawal.
Okay.
Ajika Raina, vice captain.
Rahani, yeah.
K.S. Bharat, wicket keeper.
Okay. Right.
Ishan Kishan, wicket keeper. Riverdran Ashwin.
Right.
Ravindra Jadeja,
yeah.
Shadul Chakar. Aka Patel.
Right.
Mohid Saira.
All right.
Mukesh Kumar. Jadiv Yadak.
Right, Yadak.
Navidip Sani. That's the test squad.
What about Bumrah?
Let me tell you what's happening to some of the players. We have, for instance, the Test Championship at the Oval in England. Pujara was dropped. And the Indian Test side included uncapped player in Yashwa Jajril and Udarat Jakil, both batters. The change in the Indian side also include the replacement of fast bowler Mohabid Shami and Ushma Yadav.
Shami doesn't come.
No, he doesn't come. With Mukesh Kumar and Navedeep Sani. Okay, the other key player who will not be in the tour team is Jasprit Bumrah, who is recovering from back injury.
Bumrah, right. So what about the West Indies team now?
Well, I don't have the team. The team has not yet been picked.
Is Aboy Afanes in there?
Well, the team has not yet been picked.
What do you think Afanes will be picked?
Well, he should be picked. Athanas and Hodge, they are now in Antigua.
Right.
For their training. So we do not know.
Hodge chance is slim.
I don't know.
Yeah, man. But Afanes is sure.
Well, let's wait and see.
So you will be there, Brad?
Yes, I'll be there. Take care, my brother.
Well, I wouldn't be there.
I'll be there.
Okay, I wouldn't be there. You'll see for me, man.
You won't be coming to the 99th?
No, I wouldn't be coming.
Why?
Because I'm not well.
Okay.
All the best.
Well, you'll watch on television.
No, they're not televising the game in Dominica.
No, but you're going to have a sellout crowd. So, right, day one is going to be...
Yeah, man, we're going to buy off the tickets.
You'll have a sellout crowd.
So they'll bring it live.
Cecil, final question.
Yeah?
Final question on test match. Is DBS going to bring the game live?
Well, I can tell you where I'm sitting that we have been speaking to CWI officials for a while. For a while, we have been speaking. also too, we have been speaking to some people that we understood that they are giving the rights to the game. And to this present day, as we speak, no one can give us any confirmation. I'm not so sure why. I cannot answer this. and for me, that is, as I said to them, you see, what you just did. When I spoke to them last week, Wednesday, I laughed. Myself and Ivona, we have been speaking to the officials that's supposed to give us rights, because you know that there are rights to games.
Copyrights, yeah.
You know, there are rights to the game, and they may give a radio station or a group of people or an organization the rights. And we've been trying to get this. And I remember saying to them the last time that just tell us whether or not we are going to be given the opportunity, because we want to know what to do in reference to the game. But I'm very hopeful that we will be carrying the game. I'm very, very, very hopeful. I have spoken to a few people. I choose not to mention their names.
Okay.
But we have spoken to a few people, both from the CWI and that from some other independent group of people. As a matter of fact, we have spoken to about 3 independent group of people, which we have been given by the CWI to speak to. And we yet have not gotten any answers yet. But I can tell you that it looks very, very much to the positive side, that DBS will be carrying the game. So don't panic yourself. Okay?
Well, if I get saying Barbados on my radio, I'll be getting it, Barbados will definitely bring the game.
Yeah, but I'm saying that why would we be in Dominica and not able to carry the game? Yes, I'm saying. So Barbados is going to carry it.
Never accustomed to bring test cricket.
What's that?
You're never accustomed to bring test cricket.
No, don't say we're not accustomed to be given to carry test cricket. In the past, what has happened is the rights were given to other organizations. All right? And once there's rights, they determine what they do, how they do it. So the rights were given to another organization, and they dealt with another radio station. So this time around, I'm saying to you that we know better. We have been on board on this thing, on top of this game for a while. So we're hoping, as I said, we are more positive than negative that we'll be carrying the game.
And all you have the money for that.
Well, we will.
Remember, it's an expensive venture to carry the cricket.
We know that, but we have to seek. Remember, you have to seek sponsors.
Right.
So and we don't want to have this information late. We don't want to have it at the 24th hour. You know, but for the Dominican public, we will definitely have to do certain things to ensure that it is carried by DBS Radio.
But before you go, let me give you the ODI squad.
Okay.
Let me give you the ODI squad for India. Rohit Sharma, the captain. Shubman Gill.
Master.
Ruturaj Gaikwad. Virat Kohli. Surya Kumar Yadav. Sanju Samson, wicketkeeper. Ishan Kishan, wicketkeeper. Hardik Pandey, vice captain. Shardul Thakur. Ravindra Jadeja. Akar Patel. Yusandra Chahal. Kuldeep Yadav. Jadiv Yunadak. Mohid. Chirag Umran. Makik and Muskesh Kumar. The test match begins, first test match, 12th to the 16th of July, Windsor Park, Dominica. Second test, 20 to the 24th of July, Queen's Park Oval.
101.
Okay, the United ODI, 27th of July, first CJ United OD Kensington Oval, Barbados.
2 of them at Kensington.
29th July to the 2nd, CJ United Kensington Oval, Barbados. 1st August, 3rd United ODI, Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Now the T20s International, 3rd August, 1st T20, Brian Lara Cricket Academy, Trinidad.
They're playing 5.
6th August, 2nd ODI, 2nd 2020, National Stadium, Guyana. 8th August, 3rd T20, National Stadium, Guyana. 12th of August, 4th 2020, Broward County Stadium, Lauderdale, Florida. And 14th August, the last 2020, Broward County Stadium, Lauderdale, Florida. So I just gave you the itineraries.
Very good. Now, finally, I would maybe DBS could on the way to talk about India for success in his cricket because we started in 1948. All right?
Mm-hmm.
So it is, 75 years we have been playing. All in all, that will be West Indies' 570th Test match. They have lost 206, won 182, and the rest drawn.
Thank you, my brother.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. West Indies coming to Dominica.
India coming to Dominica. India is coming to Dominica, and they're coming to Dominica. Cecil, today is the second.
So 10 more days.
So they're coming here in 10 more days.
The match, the match will be in 10 more days.
Yes, the match will be in 10 more days. That's correct. What are you hoping? What are your expectations?
Nothing at all.
You expect a West Indies win?
Nothing at all.
Man, you can't be like that. You cannot be sitting on the fence. You expect India to be winning?
I'm a West Indian, all right, and most likely, not most likely, I'm a West Indian, and my support will be to the West Indies team.
But what are the odds of West Indies winning?
The odds of the West Indies losing. Is 100%.
We bounty. I believe one of
somebody's on the telephone. Let's see what the person has to say. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, I know you're trying to tickle my appetite.
My partner. Good night, my brother. you cannot stay away from sport, you know.
I still waiting for you to call me.
I know.
Responding to my messages. That's not good.
Once you say sports, you're tickled.
You have not responded to my question. I expected you to call me or reply to my.
I will.
And you don't.
Well, you see, cousin, I'll tell you my cousin problem. He thinks that everybody is on retirement like him.
I'll call you my partner. Talk to us. Talk to us, partner.
Anyhow, yeah. What you're talking about, local stadium, I involved. I get myself involved. Does Barry come and take over and he spoil the broth with his cricket analysis?
Go ahead, man.
Anyhow, that's good for Barry. Well, I am not interested in, sorry to say that, but I'm not interested in West Indies cricket. That's, how you call that, rejected ballot